Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, July the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, guys, well, we're in a big gap down market today. To start anyway, take a look at my gap ups. I've got 4 of them. That's it. I can't even see, well, obviously if I can scroll down, but here are all the gap downs this morning. So we are in a big gap down market this morning to start off with anyway. To see what happens once the market opens. Maybe this turns into my favorite day. Big gap down and modest recovery during the day. We'll see. The bounce plays would really work well then if that happens. So, I mean, there's so many gap downs. There's no point going over all of them, so I kind of picked a few. Take a look at Mara and Riot. I mean, I don't talk about Mara and Riot too much anymore. Crypto plays, of course, but 2243 for Mara is a 200-day, and look where it is. It broke down through the 200-day moving average now, and I think Riot has done virtually the same thing. It might be just kind of sitting on top of it. There it is, yeah. So it's just a little bit below it, 2753. Actually, it's below it by, I didn't realize that. So it is broken down through the 200-day moving average. So both Riot and Mara through the 200-day moving averages. All right. Is there anything up? Yes. AEHR is up, although I think it's fading. AEHR, actually, no. I think I saw this earlier, this big bottoming tail. So AEHR, $10.8 million silicon carbide order for EVs. So that is AEHR. That's a nice gap up on Friday. And continuation now. NRXP. Boy, I thought I'd be finished saying this. But anyway, NRXP is a virus play. And it is pulled back quite a bit actually from, wow, like a huge amount. 17 down to 12. It is a virus play. CYTK, you guys have been talking about that. Yeah, that is a phase 2 result for their drug. And it still looks pretty strong. Yeah, fading a little bit here. What did you get up to? Got up to 30. Yeah, and actually, so I know a lot of you guys are going to be wanting to short this one because it's phase 2. And I could be one of those guys. RCAT, big mover over last week. What happened? Well, they announced the financing, $4.50 financing. So it's a little bit below the financing price. There is RCAT. Boy, these guys just had a huge downgrade by Citigroup. I think it's Citigroup. JMIA. Citigroup, I think, initiating coverage with a $7.50 price tag or price target. So basically, they're figuring might as well cut it by 2/3. CRTD. This was an active one last week, of course, active on the downside, and it tried to pop a little bit. Actually big. I mean, it's 16% pop, though it's starting to fade now. Don't see any specific news on it. CPOP. Doing anything but popping. CPOP moving down here, 10%. China stock, all-time low now, CPOP. Fubo, FUBO. Had some news on Friday. Yeah, a little bit of excitement, but could not hold it, and now below. Look at this, 24.90, below 25. OXBR. Look at this press release for OXBR. We are going to launch a SPAC. Whoop-de-doo. So there was OXBR. That's the reason why this one is up. APT, another virus play, protective wear. APT is moving higher. A lot of resistance around that 860 mark or so. And I was just looking at the airlines, the cruisers. I mean, it's really not. Let's take a look at the sector status. I think we still have one thing that did not get. It's being fixed now. Well, fixed when I say, you'll see what I'm talking about. When I look at the sector status, it should be done by tomorrow. They fixed it. Right on. Okay. So this is the sector status window, guys, and just taking a look to see if there's any sector that is with a glimmer of hope. Nothing. Every single sector, of course, is down. Energy down, like every stock is down. I mean, there's in real estate, every stock is down. Virtually every stock in every sector is down. There are very few stocks that are up. Yeah, not one sector. Yeah, not even utilities. Sometimes, when markets are down, people will pile into utilities for dividends, etc. But not one sector is up right now. So we'll take a look at this later on. Yeah, well, you're again, William. I mean, that's what can turn it into a great day. Stocks that are down just because the market's down, no specific news. So if the market does have any sort of a rally can be, even like an hour and a half. Just get us 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row, and you can get a lot of bounce plays. 9:13. Okay, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Well, we've got a few upgrades, hardly any downgrades, so let's get them in. You got to be kidding me. Let me keep going on this one. Just give me a moment here. Just a couple more upgrades to go. Okay, here are the upgrades. No, I think I'm wrong. I think I'm thinking of that Swedish stock, OPCH, or this is OPCH. Yeah, I'm what's that Swedish stock that starts with an O? Anyway, Goldman has upgraded OPCH. I thought it was that Swedish stock, but it's not. ORPH, thank you. ORPH. I was going to say what? All right, let's get the downgrades in. Not too many downgrades this morning. All right, downgrades, upgrades, that's it. So maybe anyway, keep an eye on the OPCH. I mean, it's for whatever reason upgraded by Goldman. OPCH has been in a bit of a decline over the last few days, from 22 down to 20. I mean, not a huge one, 10%. Let's see what happens. No action at all yet on that upgrade. You mean on the, yeah, exactly, Droomer. I thought, no way. But see so many symbols, some of them look kind of alike. CCIV just, I think on CCIV, I believe on the 23rd, they become lucid, LCID. I think that's the, so this week is when they finally become lucid, LCID, I think is going to be the symbol. And also PSAC, I think their merger will be complete. So they're up with Paradigm. I don't know what the symbol is going to be. There is already an FF. I noticed FF, but there's already an FF now. Probably, let me just do a quick check to see if it yes, it still trades under FF. So obviously they're going to have a different symbol. Now, guys, I have changed up a little bit of my, you'll see the same windows, but you don't have to do the same thing, okay? But I've changed the way this is going to be viewed, the basic new highs, and also my watch list repeating, okay? You'll see the symbol when it makes a new high, but you just won't see it over and over again as it keeps making new highs. So it's going to be a little less cluttered in here. You don't have to do the same thing, but just decided to do that. I can't remember. There was a stock on Friday that Goldman downgraded and had no action in the pre-market. And man, when the market opened, it really got hit. A couple of dollars down. I just can't remember what it was. So maybe, I mean, probably the wrong day for an upgrade. But anyway, keep an eye on the OPCH. See what happens once it opens. Again, guys, I'm not going, I mean, there's just virtually every airline is down. There's JetBlue, I mean, I could look at every one of them. American, Delta, UAL. They're all going to kind of look the same. The cruisers, CCL, RCL, NCLH. What about Zila? I don't think I really saw it this morning. Yeah, so what would you like me to say? I mean, it's, you know, it had a great run on Thursday and Friday. You know, really did nothing. Well, actually gapped down on Thursday. Just kind of stayed there on Friday. Nothing more I can really add. If anything, It's a lot of volume already, 7.5 million. If anything, it looks like it just wants to weaken. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of checking some thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting here. You know, keeping an eye on that FUBO, F-U-B-O. If the market keeps being weak like it is, be interesting to see what that first 15-minute candle is going to be like. But this is a big gap down for the market. Yes, Dev, thank you. I hope you too. Schlumberger, guys, SLB. Another one that moving down here. Energy sector stock, SLB. Reason it's just popping into my gap downs. So this is definitely a day. Be kind of sitting on my hands. That's CYTK for the first 15. CYTK continues. Boy, look at that. Okay, if we can believe this bottoming tail here. Was that the 8 o'clock bottoming tail? And the answer is actually 8:15. A lot of times we see that right at 8 o'clock. So let's see if this turns out to be a magnet. I'm going to stick an alert, 28.71 for CYTK, right at the high here, and one just underneath there, 27.31, and see if it breaks out either direction. AEHR is still pretty strong. $10.8 million order, AEHR. Great, that's a great gap. Look at the volume. Sorry, that was the month's volume, but yeah, well, no, that was the day's volume. Look at that volume on Friday. I mean, here's the month's volume, 84 million. 78 million was done on Friday. The low float, 19 million in the float. 13 million have traded already. This, of course, will trade the float multiple times today. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, though. AHT is a reverse split. I don't see it listed. I'm sure it is, but I just don't see it listed as a reverse split. Let's see. Here we are. And what was the ratio? Let's see if they have the ratio here. A 1-for-10 reverse split for AHT. Interesting, it is shortable. I say that because if this is the day of the reverse split. A lot of times stocks the day of, sometimes shorts become rare, but not today anyway, not for AHT at Interactive Brokers. All right, so a little bit of a, I mean, there's no volume. Oh, there's no volume on OPCH, but I mean, I would be watching this one just to see. I mean, if it can, this is an upgrade by Goldman, OPCH. I think I'll stick an alert, you know, maybe up to the that high right there, 2035, and see if it takes it out later on. All right, give me a moment, guys. All right, CYTK, looks like it's trying to hold here, CYTK. In fact, it just took out that little area right there. So it's a pop here, guys. Look at the volume that just came into CYTK. And this looks strong now. Yeah, I actually have that SGOC thumbnailed, but it, you know, I'm almost loath to show it. All right, guys, market is going to open pretty soon here. I'm going to get ready for this open. Minimize some windows I don't need. Well, I don't know if it's a strategy, but it's certainly something to look for. I mean, depending on what the stock, what stock it is. Certainly the bios, you know, these phase 1, phase 2 bios, especially the cheaper ones. I mean, I haven't seen quite the same moves with the more expensive ones, but all right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great start to this trading week. See what happens. See if we get a bit of a rally in the market after this big gap down that we're going to have. Look at this one on Friday. AOUT. And this is still no volume yet, but it is still looking weak. American Outdoor Brands, still looking weak. I say not very much volume yet, but all right. We are going to open in 2, 1, 0. Blast off, guys. We are now open. All right, AEHR is still strong, right at 5. It's in a nice little move. Wow, that's a great move on the 15-minute chart after that big bottoming tail. Steel is weak. X is weak. X. Look at X. Steel. US Steel. So where's your support on the monthly chart? Boy, I mean, this is really weak. The monthly support is around 16-ish. All right, there's the OPCH on the Goldman upgrade. Again, not very much volume yet, though. Only 19,000 shares. Hard to commit. Plus, the spread is terrible. 2023, 2071. So, but I'm sure there are some reacting to that Goldman upgrade for OPCH. But again, you can't take it now. I mean, the spread is terrible and not enough volume. At least I wouldn't be taking it now. AQST from Zach. Let's take a look at AQST. Yeah, they'll pop up, pop down. Things can get very erratic in the first 15 minutes. Typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15. All right, CRTD is still pretty strong here. It hit in the pre-market. Got over $4. I think it hit $4.13 in the pre-market. Don't see any specific reason for that. Nothing coming into the basic new highs or lows yet. Okay, now that's on the way down. Yeah, so this is, I mean, again, guys, it's been up and down. The CYTK, see, it broke the upper. Now it's breaking the lower of the two price alerts I set. Still probably trying to figure out direction. So I'm just going to stick my price alerts in again at those levels and see if they get taken out again, one way or the other. You can rest assured it's not going to stay here all day in between these two prices. I don't think NRXP was shortable for me. No. All right, our opening candle so far is red for the SPY, so far. All right, well, we might be getting a direction now, guys, for the CYTK. Just took out that low again. Spread has tightened up a little bit. Lots of volume, 676 times normal. Well, now look at this though, and now it just took out that top here. So I mean, it's still a little bit erratic, the CYTK. And fact, look at this. So yeah, hopefully nobody was early in trying to short this one. That took out 30. I want to short it now, but I'm just saying before. GXGX, I'm not sure if they did their merger. Maybe that's what it is. GXGX, they've done their merger. Yeah, so there, I don't know what the new symbol is. I guess that's the reason. All right, I'm definitely keeping an eye on this CYTK. Still a little bit early, 6 minutes in. Yeah, actually, JMIA, a little bit of a bounce here. They've been downgraded by Citigroup. I think it's Citigroup. With a 750 price target on it. It's pretty aggressive downgrade by them. I didn't even see that. So actually the AI took that on the pullback, the CYTK. Just looking at this ZGNX underneath 16 now. What's the volume like? Pretty good, getting there. All right, APT continues to climb a little bit here, guys. APT. Again, this is a protective wear. This used to be super active, you know, during the pandemic, during the height of it. Look at this, got all the way up to 42. Unfortunately, it's coming back again. We have FRLN that got halted. I just noticed it now. FRLN got halted. 53,000 shares, so not too many. However, see if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it yet. FRLN got halted. Low, no, not a super low float. 32 million in the float. Guess GES actually popping up a little. Oh, it's still below the open. Okay, I thought it was above the open. 2266 is the 200-day moving average, so it's about $1 away from that. GES. Again, it's all early. Okay, so MB, we don't talk like that, okay? You can't say that something is going to do something. Might be your opinion, but okay? All right, we've got Momo on the way down. Wow, look at this gap down on Friday and a continuation now. MOMO. I was just going to say maybe the top is in with CYTK, but maybe not. I'm just noticing it just popped up again. Yeah, this is still pretty strong. The CYTK is still pretty strong. I'm not saying it won't be shortable. It's turned into a great short later on, but it is still pretty strong right now. See how well it reacts over 30? A lot of volume. Come on. All right, wow, look at CRTT, guys. Just made a high, a new high here, taking out the pre-market high, and let's see, Thursday's high was 410, so it's above that. And the next high looking left is 550. Couldn't see any specific news on it. And it's a low float, 7.5 million in the float. That's CRTD. And it just got halted, yes. All right, now, this can't be an IPO, is it? EVLV, or is it a SPAC or something? EVLV, whatever it is moving. It was halted, and now it is, or resumed, almost like an IPO. I know there'll be some news on it. I just don't see any. Here we go. So, Evolve Technology, publicly listed under EVLV. Becomes iMedia. All right, so CYTK is still battling at 30. Now, I don't know how easy it would have been. I know I saw the AI alerted on the CRTD at 372. No idea how easy it would have been to get it there at 372. Then we've got a bottoming tail. At least that's, we've got a bottoming tail for the SPY. Let's see if this, sellers tried to knock it down, so it ended up green the first 15 minutes. All right, well, CYTK maybe now, guys. It looks like it's certainly weakening. It tried several times to get over to that 31 level. All right, guys, keep an eye on that ZGNX. The longer it holds underneath 16. Well, it's pretty easy to be short bias today. Also, with the market being down 500. Wow, 500. There's no disconnect today. Everything is down. Keeping an eye on this ZGNX to see if it really takes out 16. There's got really no support. Meanwhile, the CYTK keeps kind of chopping around that, between 28 and 30. And what's having a nice comeback is JMIA. All right, CRTT just opened. And opened very well. So the next high looking left is 550. I'm not saying it's getting there, just pointing these areas out. 550 is the next high looking left. APT continues higher here, guys. APT. Now this looks like it's coming into a ton of resistance right around here, 1875-ish. Look at that daily chart in this area. Okay, MB, I'm sorry, you cannot say this, so I'm just going to have to, I'm sorry. Okay, I know you're all excited about it, but I mean, that CYTK is still strong, guys. I mean, it's challenging 30 again. And in fact, it's just at 30 right now. Ooh, man, this was shortable too. CRTD was shortable. No news. No news that I can find anyway. I'm afraid to look at Jets. It's either popped or it's just sinking. Yeah. Airlines in disarray, guys. Yeah, I mean, look at CYTK. I mean, it is still strong, guys. Still strong. I mean, it may turn into a short, I'm sure, later on, but right now. All right, keep an eye on the ZGNX. See if it really holds underneath 16. And there it goes, guys. ZZ, GNX. And yeah, now look at the SPY, guys. Wow. Okay, so we had a little glimmer of hope in case you're looking for bounces at all. Little glimmer of hope here in that first 15 minute with that bottoming tail. But look at this. So far, anyway, we've got another 6.5 minutes or so. Or a little under 6 minutes for this one to close this 15-minute candle. So, but look at this. That's why this CYTK is pretty impressive. It doesn't care. Classic alpha stock. Doesn't care what the market's doing. So now we're flipping the script on the CYTK with Real talking about his fib levels on the top as opposed to below. All right, well, the ZGNX is just kind of, again, just sitting around that 16 mark. So I know the APT showed up on the options scanner, but I mean, look at all this resistance right here. So, I mean, listen, it might get through it, but the high right there is around $9. I mean, if it gets through 9, I guess it's got a lot of room to keep running. APT. I just have a feeling it's going to get stalled around there. Yeah, that's a long halt. FRLN is a long halt. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it yet. That is a long halt. 9:35. Time is it now? Now this could get really crazy, guys. I mean, I'm looking here at 1550, 1595, 1595. This is the bid ask, and it halted at 860. Of course, you know, it can change, obviously, but this could be a massive open here. I mean, this would take, I mean, right through the 200 day. We'll have to see once it opens. I don't see any news on it. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about. Oh man, this could get great. Now 1650. This is what I'm talking about. The time in 16. You see, it will change. So it's halted at 860. You know, these are the potential prices where it could open once it resumes. Which would be unbelievable. 9:35. So now, yeah, this is now over a 20-minute halt. There has to be some news coming out on this before it opens, I would think. All right, guys. Well, APT is doing its thing. It might take out 9. Takes out 9. I mean, it's got all sorts of room. This is a virus play. Protective wear. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch his ZGNX. A little bit boring here, but it is still hanging underneath 16, barely. All right, guys. Well, the ZGNX may be firming up at 16, so yeah, I may have to just forget about it for a while anyway. Yeah, there are shorts even at IB for FRLN. Not even at, but not as many, 310,000. But man, oh man, what an open so far. Still don't see any news on it. For it to pop that much, potentially, you would think there'd be some kind of news, and that's why it's been halted for so long. Because now we're at a I haven't seen a halt on volatility this long for a while. It's basically 25. Let's see if it opens at 39 seconds after 10. If it does, that'll be a 25-minute halt. And the answer is no. So this is really, I can't. There's got to be some news coming in. All right, ET on the way down here. What is the next low? 834 is the next low looking left for ET. With their energy stock. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I guess obviously I misjudged the APT. Looks like it's going to take out 9. No, well, I shouldn't say it, but I mean, it's at 9 right now. So, I mean, not a bad alert from the option scanner, 870 to 9. If it continues, of course. Next high looking left on the daily chart was 897, so it's right there. What's the high over here is 881, so yeah, I mean, takes out 9. All right, guys, ZGNX, maybe now. Yeah, it's fixed, Peter Monster. I think it's based on the. I should know this, but it's either in the last 10 days or last 14 days. There's nothing I do. I mean, there's no user input on that. Okay, so it's the average, and it's not quite. I mean, there's more of an involved formula. But to make it simple, it's kind of the whatever it's done up to this point of the day over the last, it's either 10 or 14 days. I can't remember. No, I typically use, in this one, I think I've got a relative volume of 4. So for it to pass, in other words, to meet the filter requirements. All right, CODX is on the move here, guys. Actually, this has got some room. Take a look here on the daily chart. 839 and 810. So, I mean, it's actually got some room. 887 is the next high looking left for CODX. There is some option volume is 5.5. This should be showing up in the option volume pretty soon. In the abnormal options, I should say. And there it is. Wet blanket time, okay. It is at the top of the channel, I do see that. I'm gonna, yeah, ZGNX is just too many bottoming tails now, maybe. I don't know. CYTK is still strong, guys. I mean, it is still pretty strong, just hanging tough here, right around that 30 level. Meanwhile, APT, bad call on my part, really. I mean, 870 was the alert. Kind of dismissed it, thought there'd be too much resistance, not that far away. But so far, I mean, over 9 now. Just looking for any sort of news for the CODX. I don't see any. All right, and boy, that EVLV still has not opened. MTSL just got halted for volatility. Let's see, MTSL just got halted. Wow, I mean, again, you know, when was this? This was on the 9th. Got all the way up to $9. The next high looking left here is 497. But you know what? So far, anyway, I mean, this halt is at 475, but okay, now it's looking better. 535, 535, potentially on the open. Well, APT is working. But you're a little bit late. APT, I mean, as a virus play, I mean, in the sector, protective gear. I mean, it's working really well. NRXP has bounced. I mean, it is a virus play. NRXP has bounced, as William pointed out a little while ago. This is bounced. I mean, it's still up 41%. This is a virus play. I'm not saying it's going to keep working like this, but all right, this might be the beginning of the end now for this CYTK. A lot of try to get over 30 a couple of times. Did, of course, got up to 31. Starting to fade now. Phase 2. So it's not a phase 3. This is phase 2 results. Still up 50%. But it's kind of hanging tough, though. I mean, it's not this is not a slam dunk, in my opinion. Wow, I couldn't have been more wrong, guys, on the APT. I mean, this is just a great one from the option scanner. Seriously, 870. Now it's 933. I just really thought that this resistance right here would come into play. Not even close. Wow. What's the and there it is. There's your float, 11.2 million in the float. This little Canadian company. Not really. The trade of the week is to stay in cash. There wasn't a specific stock, so. All right, MTSL did resume here, guys, and Israeli stock. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, it did have this one, APT 870. Thought there might be too much resistance close. Not even close. This RCAT did a financing, RCAT did a financing, had a heck of a week last week. Got all the way up to 748, closed here at 722. Then they announced a financing this morning at 450. and really starting to sink underneath that financing price. Next low looking left is 388. Takes that out. And then 285 is the next low. And look at the SPY. Wow, we haven't seen it. Well, we have a 1,000-point day today at some point. The SPY is just getting, the SPY, the Dow. Look at tech. I slept in AE. I don't think I got an alert for it. I thought I put a sound alert on it. I don't think I got one. Okay, well, you're right. I mean, you're right. A nice little pop to begin with. I don't know. Hard to say. Locutus, we're usually it starts about earlier than this if we're going to have a little recovery, but you never know. Now, right now, this looks pretty darn bleak. PK. Okay, yes, Codex is on the move, guys. CODX is on the move. Had that just a minute, had that pullback, a little bit of a pullback. And this is from the option scanner. I want to see if there's any shares are up 8% amid concerns of rising delta. Okay, so this is somebody asked about a virus play. So this is a virus play. Codex, CODX is a virus play. I got to watch this. I don't want to miss this one if it really starts to have a pop. All right, ZGNX on the way down, maybe now. Yeah, Lake and APT used to always, well, not always, but they used to trade in tandem to a certain extent. I think they do the same kind of thing, apparel, protective gear. Well, okay, guys, it's 10:19, so I will start just a bit of an introduction. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And I always start off with my home page. A lot of information there. All right, so when you click on my homepage link, now the tab is there also. So my homepage link is always here. If you click on the my homepage tab, there is the link. So here's the link inside the tab. Click on it, and this is what you'll see. So you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. This is the promo you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, apply that promo code. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to go on an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard, here are the standard and premium prices. You can apply that discount, the 15%, to the first month only, all right? If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, trade of the week, there was no trade of the week this week. The suggestion was maybe just stay in cash. Okay, so that was so there is no trade of the week, but this is a free service. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. But again, Steve could not come up with anything, so he said, you know what, let's stay in cash. Stock of the day video, I do at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here also. All the scans I'm sharing. This is my layout that you see. And different scans that I've created that you might want to take a look at. Okay, so all the scans that I'm sharing. Education. If you're new to trade ideas, I would really encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons. It goes over how to create a top list, alert windows. Now let's just show you quickly what it's all about. Top lists, alert windows, the single stock window that you see here, okay? So a lot of information here. If you're new to trade ideas, really, I suggest you take a look at this first before you do anything else. Daily support session. So I take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it should be Sean. So before I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're free. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. A little more information, a video on the AI. Holly, that's what we nicknamed it. Back to basics. If you were new to trading, and I mean new, starts off with what is a stock? All right, this is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, put this together. Very short videos, 36 of them, very short, but great introduction to trading. And trading ebooks right here. So again, I go over this pretty quickly. I don't expect you to remember it all as I'm talking about it. The reason being, just save my link. And in these two sections here, my scans and the education, lots of information here. So if you save my link, you can always go back and take a look whenever you want to. Okay, now just briefly what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a scanner, that's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you're using or where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan I put together. Basic new highs and lows. I right click to show you how you always start off. If you're going to build an alert window yourself, always start off with the filters, trying to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. High relative volume has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares. Again, it's not so much what these values are. This is just the principle though, how you always start off with your scans. And then if a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. The good news, you don't have to know a programming language. You don't have to learn one. Okay, you don't have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. What we did is we created what we feel are enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see these sort of icons. And when you see this icon, these are the filters. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Now again, if you're starting off brand new, you don't even have to know how to build a scan. You can take a look at mine. And also we have a channel bar. Click on new. I'm going to click on, this is our new, if you don't have this latest version of Trade Ideas, you can go to our website and download the beta. If you do this, these are the channels that we've got. And you can click on the channels and you don't have to now worry about your layout being replaced by the channels. But these are all the different channels we've got. So we've got something like a momentum channel. So if you saw this, you see this Momo channel, right, or the Momo scan within the momentum channel. And all, I should say this, all the channels are theme related. You know, electric vehicle, crypto, earnings, things like that. And this is the momentum. If you like this one, if you thought, wow, this looks interesting, you could right click, configure, and check to see what sort of filters are being used. So if you looked at this and you thought, well, I don't like that price range, you know, you just change it. Maybe you want it between 10 and 60. All right, if I click on summary, you'll see how that has changed. All right. Now, just a word. If you leave this channel and come back, your change is not saved. Why? Because the channels are for everybody. All right. So the fact that you want to see this, you know, doesn't mean everybody wants to see this change. But what you can do now is you can take this channel or this scan, and again, in this new beta, you just duplicate it into a free floating window. And notice it's over here. Sorry, it's on another monitor. Okay, come on. I'm gonna drag it over, here we are. And if you wanted it, now all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. And I'll explain why I'm doing that. So in theory, you can go now through the different channels and start extracting some of the scans that, you know, the action is heating up, most upward momentum right now. You can start to extract the different types of scans that you see, just based on what I did. And then, if you have a layout already, or if you have a blank screen and you want to start building a layout from those scans, you just File, click on File, Load from Cloud. And you see right up here, that scan that I saved into the cloud, Momo, I just load it. And here it is. So you can see the concept. So you can go through the different channels, extracting scans that you like, and then you can build your own layout around all of those ones that you extracted. So in theory, you didn't have to even know how they were all created. I think it is news pending. You're right, Zach. I don't know if Zach can hear me right now, but I think it is right. That's too long for volatility. Now, okay, so if you click on my homepage tab, Aaron, just click on my homepage tab and click on the link right there, okay? And when you do, go to the scan section. And you click here, and here's my layout right at the top. Okay, my layout right now. I've made a little subtle change. Okay, I've just made a change in the way you're seeing these now. Instead of over and over and over again, when a stock makes a new high, I'll see it when it makes a new high, and the time, but I'm not going to see it over. It's not going to keep repeating over and over again. It's going to look a little less cluttered. The same with my windows, my watch list. The same thing. You don't have to do that. It's just another way of viewing the data. That's all. All right, now a word about the AI. If you have our premium service, I would make it easier on yourself. Just click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will pop up, not these two, but this window will pop up. All you have to do then is just save this window as part of your layout. You know, before the market opens, nothing happens until at least 9:35. You just wait for the alerts to happen and you trade them as you see fit. You know, you have an entry, you'll have to get in right at the penny, and you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, but this is what I would do. I would make it really simple. Never mind the segments, never mind I wouldn't even care about what strategies these alerts are coming from. Just make it really simple. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And again, save the window as part of your layout so that tomorrow, when you open Trade Ideas before the market opens, that window will be blank, and just wait for the alerts to happen. If you click on Windows and then close all, now make sure, if you have a layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, right? Before you do that. But if you want to have if you just want to have a blank slate with a toolbar, just close all. Okay, from Windows, close all. Then you have a blank slate, and then you can bring back those windows one at a time if that's what you've done. Or if you have your layout, you don't have to start with a blank slate, of course. You may have a layout that you like, but you might want to add some of those windows, that's all. All right, ZGNX may be starting to do its thing. Interesting. NLS. Well, if we're going to start keep working it out at home, I guess Nautilus. How's Peloton doing? PTON. I guess is that Peloton. Yeah. So Nautilus and Peloton on the move here, guys. PTON and Nautilus, NLS on the move. Yeah, other than that APT, well, I guess if you're, looking at virus plays, and Codex did not keep going, so I did not take that trade. Well, CODX did not keep going, so looks like the top was in. If that was the top, then what Real had published some fib levels for CODX. All right, so just talking a little bit about this blue window that you see here. It's what we call Brokerage Plus. So, first of all, Brokerage Plus, only available if you're using our downloadable application, not if you're using our web-based version, number one, okay? And you'll notice there's a selection here underneath that says live and simulation, okay? So the video or the link to two videos that I put in the rooms, if you click on that, you'll see there are two videos. The first video shows you, if you have an interactive broker or an E-Trade account, how you can connect and use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But listen carefully, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. It's an option, it's a feature. You don't have to use it. And it's, right now, again, only interactive brokers and E-Trade. The other so the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can, be a little more advanced using this if you have an interactive broker or E-Trade account. The other way to use this is as a simulator. So we talk about this all the time. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. Okay, we've got a simulator. And it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. Oh, I don't know if I reckon that there are some indicators showing space has bottomed out. No, I mean, I don't know what the RSI is daily on this. I have no idea. I mean, maybe if you look at the RSI, maybe it's really low. And maybe that might mean that it's trying to bottom out. But no, I don't have any way of knowing whether this is truly bottomed out. I mean, it's definitely bucking the trend over the overall market. But also, it's come from way up here. And not that, how many days, just last week. Okay, so I always like to just show people how you can use this. Just going to show you very briefly how to use this as a simulator. Just trying to find something on a pullback that might be a little bit interesting. Okay, beaten up stock, AOUT, still beaten up. It's still moving. It's still down for the day. Got beaten up badly on Friday. Trying to come back a little bit, but it is still down for the day. But let's just say you wanted to take this, but you don't want to take it right here. Maybe you wanted to take it if it pulled back. I'm just showing you how you can do it. Okay, this is not something I would do for this one, especially with the overall market being what it is. But let's just pretend that I wanted to take this if it pulled back to 26.82. So I pick how many shares I want to do. 26.82. All right, click the buy button and you'll see a blue line will appear right there. So if AOUT goes back down to 26.82, it'll take the trade. All right. Now, if I don't want to do it anymore, like, maybe market conditions are really getting worse or worsening, and I just say, well, you know what? When I first put this in, it seemed like a good idea, but I don't want to do it now. You just go to the orders, right click, and you cancel it. Okay? All right, now let's just demonstrate how you do take a trade, talk just a little bit about money management and all. When you get into trading, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. So I'm just going to take this trade, okay? I'm going to take the APT. I'm just going to take it. I want to show you what's the spread like. It's not terrible. I'm going to show you why I'm doing it and why I'm taking this number of shares. I mean, look, would I do it? Probably not, because I'm taking it and it's running away right now. But and the entry was 9.53. I'm going to put a stop at 9.33. I'll explain why. Okay, I'll make it stopped out immediately. Notice it says 97.50. If it goes down to 9.33, it'll take me out for about a $97 to $100 loss. Okay. When you get into trading, one of the things is that they're not all, and in fact, this looks like it's going to take me out immediately. Again, this is in the simulator. When you get into trading, not all the trades are going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the stock if it's not working, the trade if it's not working, okay? At least that's what I do. If you're new to trading, that'll be the big dilemma. Where are you going to put that stop? Where are you going to put that price? That's where practice comes in. What I like to do, I like to size up the chart, see where I think there's some support. If it breaks down through that support, then I should be out of the trade. Now, in this particular case, that was not where I would put a stop. I did this to make the math really simple, because the next concept is, okay, if you understand that, okay, you've got to have a stop, that'll also share size you, because the other aspect is, and then I just got taken out. Okay, just got taken out in the simulator, because what I was doing in this particular case, I said I'll risk $100 on the trade. You go into trading, you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 in every trade. So I said in this case, I'm going to risk $100 of trades. and I would keep my risk basically the same every trade in terms of how much I'm willing to lose if it doesn't work. So that's why I took 500 shares. I had a 20-cent stop. 20 cents into $100 equals 500 shares. Okay, so there's a couple of concepts. Getting the idea of placing a stop, and then when you do that, because you know what the difference is, you get into the trade, you know the price, of course, you know where your stop is. You take that difference, divide that into how much you're willing to risk, and that'll share size you. Now, the other thing is, if you practice in the simulator and you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade your live account, okay? Because when what I didn't go over, I was hoping I wouldn't get stopped out immediately, is that one of the things a lot of people do is they might with all the best intentions in the world, place your stop, share size accordingly, and then you don't obey it. You just can't believe it's not working. So you start moving your stop down, 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 so that $100 manageable loss turns into something a lot worse. So that's the other aspect, is to obey your stop. Yeah, this FRLN, that has to be, there's got to be some news coming out on this. That is a long, 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 long halt. Meanwhile, okay guys, we are putting in some bottoming tails in the SPY. Now, I should have mentioned also, if you can make money in the simulator, no guarantee, of course, you're going to be able to make money once you start trading your account. The reason being is that when you start trading your account, I mean, it becomes very emotional. Easy in a relatively easy in a simulator. Well, it's really easy because it's not your money. So you take a loss, oh well, move on, not a big deal. So I would say though, I mean, treat it like it is, your real money. Don't just play around in the simulator. Treat it like it is your real money. And then, if you can start making money in the simulator, then you might be able, gravitate towards your real account. Yeah, the CYTK is getting really interesting now. I know you guys have been talking about it, but it is getting really interesting now. Come on. Look at the SPY guys now. Maybe, just maybe. I mean, look at these bottoming tails here on the 15-minute. Again, what does that mean? Remember, at one point this was a red candle all the way down here. Buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again. Buyers are closing it here. So we've got two green candles, not wide body or anything like that, but two green candles so far with some bottoming tails. So maybe, we might be in the start of a little bit of a rally. So bounce plays could start to work a little bit better. All right, guys, so I'm kind of done my spiel now, but money management is so important. Howdy. Howdy, Nick. Are you talking about in the simulator, or are you talking about... So are you using our web-based version, or are you using our app, the downloadable app, Nick? Okay. Don't look at Omni. I know I say that every day, but just click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay. Never mind Omni in the channel. I mean, to me, this is all you should be aware of. Here are the alerts right here. Okay. Now, are you talking about in the simulator? Now, are you talking about your... Because if you want, you go to Tools and Options and go to AI Trade Size. Here's where you can, change the number of shares per trade. I mean, we recommend basing on our stop loss, but I mean, if you want to change the shares from 100 to 1,000 or whatever number you want, you can do that right there. Tools options, yes, tools options, and then the AI size. Well, we're seeing some pretty good bounces here, guys. Boy, the CYTK is pretty quiet for a stock that is traded 24 million. I mean, when I say quiet, I mean it's drifting down. I know Real was talking about 28.42 or 28.50 or so, maybe to get short. I mean, it looks good. Okay, well, we've got half an hour of up. Very, very narrow candles. That's fine. Let's see if we can just keep creeping. This would be a big level for it to take out 426, the SPY to take that out. Okay, finally, resumption for FRLN, guys. A resumption and a big gap up. But I think it's going to be halted again. Yeah. And it got halted, and now, yeah, now it's going to be a bad open. So if you were in this one, I hope you got out. Because this is going to be a disaster. So if these numbers maintain, I'm looking at 820, 820. I mean, it doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen, but And still no news on it. Not any news that I can see. Yeah, actually, Verb has got a red bar ignored. VERB, a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. The high 318 was the high on Friday. So, yeah, I mean, look, if it takes that out, it has a shot. There's the high on Thursday, almost $4, but there's a red bar ignored with a nice bottoming tail. What do I mean by that? So you have an uptrend. You have that red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, and moves up, above the high of that red candle. That can signify that the trend will continue. Not 100%, of course. I'd probably wait to see if it could take out Friday's high at 318. V&E, I see you guys talking about it. See what it's all about. See why I don't see it. The volume is probably a little too light. That's why. Nothing I can do now. I mean, it's straight up. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and let's see if there's anything. Let's see if there are any strong. Well, there's nothing going to be super strong, but something that might be recovering. So I'm going to go into the sector status. And again, if you want to have the same look, you have to have the latest beta. Okay. Now you can access this. You can access the channels from the toolbar. Click on New and then Channel Bar. The big difference, of course, is that you have to make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. With this new docked channel version, you don't have to do that. And again, so let's take a look at these sectors. These are the major sectors, okay? And I'm just looking to see if there's any glimmer of hope anywhere. I mean, the best one, and I use this term loosely, is consumer staples. 22% of the stocks that make up that sector are up for the day, 78% down. So that's what these percentages are referring to. Look at energy. Every single stock is down for the day. Utilities, every single stock is down. Materials, almost communications. I mean, there's only one that's Netflix, which has earnings. I mean, it's not up. It's just it's basically neutral. Hasn't done anything. Netflix has earnings sometime this week, I believe. But this is a snapshot. What's happening to the overall market. Two ways, Greg. If you have you have to, if you want your layout to remain, you have to go to our homepage and download the latest beta. Okay, that's one. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on the link, and then if you scroll up where it says download software, and then you have to download the latest beta. Okay, if you want your layout to not be replaced when you're using the channels. Okay, that's number one. And then all you would do is click on new and then the dock channel bar. Now, if you don't want to do that, then here's the normal channel bar. All right, and it's called sector status. Wherever it is, sector status. But again, now if you click on this from the old way, you'll have to make sure your layout is saved to the cloud because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. And that gets rid of that if you download the latest beta. Okay? Okay, so if you downloaded already, then just go to the dock channel bar and click on sector status. And that'll do it. Meanwhile, RCAT continues its move down off that financing. That's a big, big drop for this one. RCAT off the 450 financing. I mean, it's a huge drop, 47% from where it closed on Friday. And then they nail, hopefully, if you were, look, if you were swinging this one, you probably thought, oh, not bad. Look at this, Friday afternoon, after hours, okay, holding its own. Boy, they come up with the financing today. And geez, I mean, hopefully nobody in this room was holding that one. All right, CYTK, still interesting. I mean, the attraction to this, of course, is that it's got, if it really starts giving it up, it's got a long way that it could go down. And CYTK, I mean, it's still up almost 50%. But definitely, I mean, the momentum is shifting, the momentum is shifting to the downside. I haven't even had a chance to look at AMRS. Yeah, there's the top up here, so 14, so 28 cents, not bad, I guess. But as long as if it keeps continuing down, it'll look awesome. And this is just so this is only a 10-minute halt for FRLN. So it didn't actually collapse as much as it looked like it could have, FRLN. Not a crazy low float either. Yeah, that OXBR, I mean, they came out and said, you know what, we're going to create a SPAC OXBR. So that is what popped this in the pre-market. All right, guys, I'm out of that. It's that JNX, basically flat. It, yeah, well, but it's a short. I mean, it's a short from the AI, but I'm out of it. I just don't like the way it's trading. I mean, if it got back down to 1570, I might take a look at shorting it. But did it come out Friday night? Okay, it must have come out after. Let me just take a look. Must have come out after the market's closed. 16. I mean, there was, yeah, I mean, I do see I'm just looking at a, a trading view chart and I see a bit of a downturn. We don't have that. So a little bit after that, it started to move down. An hour, okay. But certainly not the gap down like this. I mean, that is... Okay, CYTK again challenging that 28 level. All right, what is the market? Okay, guys, I mean, okay, so again, here's the pop now for CYTK. It's been just a little one, just a little one, but I mean, it's not really wanting to give up that 28 in a big way. Well, I'm going to stick an alert 27.94, see if it takes it out. Boy, RCAT just getting destroyed here. There's the next. There's the low 388, so it's below that low, and right down here around $3 from where it came last week. That's where it started. Got all the way up to 7 something. Okay, so it won't be Sean in the YouTube room. It'll be Chris in the YouTube room. Yeah, Chris Farley, yes. All right, guys, maybe, just maybe, keep an eye on the OPCH. Let's see what sort of volume there is. OPCH. Let's see what the volume is like. See if there's, I mean, it's not great. You know, this is the Goldman upgrade today for OPCH. I mean, really not that much of a reaction. I suppose you could say, well, it's a positive reaction with the market being down so much that they didn't get thumped. All right, guys, give me a moment. All right, guys, I am back again. Yeah, only because obviously with the Goldman upgrade, that's the only reason I'm even taking a look at it. Well, that one was actually shortable too. I didn't realize that FRLN was shortable. Trying to see if there's still no news on this one. Pretty crazy what it did. The halt, the long halt, huge pop. Look at the guys. Look at the SPY now. We're getting a bit of a wide body right there on that candle. No, Zach, you probably can't hear me, but that just seems Mark. I'll get Chloe in here if it hits 9. Yeah, we're having a nice little rally here. I mean, the FUBO, FUBO, rallying nicely also. FUBO. Boy, how choppy is this AEHR? Look at this on the 15. Pretty bottoming tails, topping tails. I know a lot of you are trying to follow this one, but unless it takes out 5 again. No, they did have some news. What, a $10.8 million order. So they did have some news this morning. AEHR. Well, so much for that price target of, who was it? On the JMIA. Put a 750 price target. Citigroup, I think it was. I mean, in a day that the market is down so much, it's interesting. This one is rallying, and Citigroup just slammed them. That was pre-market. I don't see it now, to be honest, at trade in. Let me see if I see it here. I saw it in Interactive Brokers. I can't believe they've yanked that. But I thought I saw Citigroup initiating coverage and putting a 750 price target on it. So that, I mean, I'm pretty, though I have to admit, I do not see that headline right now. Which is really strange. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just reading some internal correspondence that's happening. All right, guys. Okay, keep an eye on this one. Well, in fact, it's showing up here in my my watch list. ZYXI. Now, the next high looking left is around 1739 on the weekly chart. It's had a nice little run. Let's see if it can base and look at the volume. Ah, shoot. Look at the volume coming in. The volume coming in right now for ZYXI. Had a great 2 days, Thursday and Friday. And looks like it's trying to have a continuation. The next high though is 1739 on the weekly. I mean, I don't know if that's going to stall it. 1780 after that. So I get influenced by these highs looking left. Plus the spread is terrible right now. 1702, 1714. All right, guys, maybe now for the CYTK. All right, well, let's see. I don't want to see it give up 28 again. Talking about the CYTK. All right, guys. Well, I am short this one, but I don't want to see it give up 28. If it gives up 28, I'm out. I mean, I just maybe look at it later, but I am short the CYTK. Still, it's still pretty strong. Sorry, guys. I'm just having to watch the CYTK. I don't want to see it give up 28 in any big way. That'll get me out of that short. Could always reshort it later, but all right, that got me out. So I'll have to take a look at shorting it later, maybe. But it's pretty. We're looking for a catastrophic drop. I may not get one today. Yeah, well, I'll take a look at it again if it gets underneath 28, but it's just is not really wanting to really, really drop. Not yet, anyway. All right, I'll post it up here. Boy, I'm just finding things chopping. I mean, now the ZGNX came right back down, but I don't know. I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 16, and it has come right back down. I was in that short earlier also, but basically got out flat. Yeah, this one, somebody mentioned this one earlier. Very low float, 9.5 million in float. I'm talking about the KNBE. And yeah, very low float. 5 bad days. I mean, down days. Today it's trying to bounce back. Well, William, you got your wish on the 2810 for the CYTK. Let's see if that falls again underneath 28 in a big way. And I got to hand it to Ija in our YouTube room. He talked about AEMD actually on Friday. Told me not to lose sight of it. Of course I did. Lots of volume coming in. Also, look at that 5-minute volume coming in. Almost the biggest volume bar of the day for AEMD. Yeah, I mean, the ZYXI it's interesting. I mean, that's all I can say. It's interesting. 1739 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. If you can take that out, I mean, it's got a shot to the 18 level. I refuse to believe that CYTK is just going to stay here. Okay, now we're getting a red bar in the SPY, so let's see, maybe this rally is over. Almost across here on the 2-minute chart for CCL. I mean, that 2-minute almost crossing underneath that 20 SMA. So on the 2-minute chart, the 8 EMA almost crossing. down, which could signify, of course, a downturn, more of a downturn for CCL. All right, Kim might be interesting. KIM. Ah, wow. Yeah, a lot more interesting at 1979 when we had that alert back here at 10:20. Didn't see it. That's an hour ago. Wow. Right here. Straight down to about 19. Pulled up. Surprised I'm not getting anything in the watch list down. It's possible. Somebody's saying, Linda's saying an upgrade to $46 for CYTK. I didn't see that, but I'm not saying it didn't. It's not out there, but phase two. This is all phase two stuff. Oh, yeah. Needham raises price target. Yep. Do $48 for a CYTK. Take it for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm just noticing this right here. Okay, I don't know. This just came in here. So if you're short, not that it's going to go to $48 today. It may never get to $48, but just be aware that that just popped in. Well, FRLN is just kind of basing now. Actually, a decent spread. Well, decent for it. 20-cent spread. Just kind of basing here. Trying to figure out which way it wants to go. All right, guys. So AT&T had a little bit of a pull up here, but now looks like it wants to resume on its way down. And what sort of support does it have on the monthly chart? So it's at 27.61. And the low right there is 27.89, so it's below that one. And then down here is 26.86, so it's got a little less than $1 to the next low looking left on the monthly chart. But it looks like it wants to just meander its way down for a while anyway. And that is T. Look at J. I wish I could find that. I'm sorry, I just cannot find that, what I read about JMIA this morning. But this is a great, I mean, it obviously had an effect here. But JMIA is just having a nice move off the bottom. And Fubo, I mean, Fubo's having also great recovery day. FUBO, almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart, I think. Right there. FUBO, and the next high looking left is way up here around 28, a couple dollars away. So, I mean, if it continues, it's kind of a red bar ignored. In fact, not kind of. Let's see what the high here. 25.87 and the high. Yeah, so it's not quite, but very close. And that bottoming tail is great. I mean, the sellers tried, but the buyers are in control right now with FUBO. Any chance it'll run? That was a big one on Friday afternoon. Okay, I was asked for the KDMN. I mean, obviously there's a chance of anything happening, but it had a big sell-off. I mean, it got all the way up to 4, almost 5. Sold off pre-market. Or after hours, sorry. Sold off after hours. It's really not doing much. Not a lot of enthusiasm for it right now anyway. Okay, one moment please, I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:33? Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Wow, look at Fubo. Fubo. There's that red bar ignored. Starting to get some bounces here. Boy, CYTK for a stock that is, I mean, the float is not, it's not super low, but it's not really high, 66 million. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's bounced nicely, 27, about $1, but it's just kind of stuck right in here. All right, well, listen, the ZGNX, the one I was short earlier on from the AI, but got out flat. Looks like it actually wants to now break out here over 16. But again, it's one of those ones that's just kind of stuck. I don't know how exciting it'll be. Oh, I don't know if it's going to 5. Sounds like you're in it, Dola, and you're hoping it goes back up to 5. Hopefully you got a stop in place. You were talking about the MTSL. All right, so lithium's having a bit of a comeback here. LTHM, I mean, it's still down for the day, down a little less than 2% down for the day. Through the 200-day, 1729 is the 200-day moving average, so it's through that. It got way down, well, quite a bit below it. Now it's above it, and if it wants to keep recovering, I mean, look at the high on Friday, almost $20. So, you know, keep an eye on, I guess, the LTHM, see if it keeps trying to recover. Versus kind of an EV play. Yeah, you're right. A little bit of a push for it. And I mean, looking left on the ZYXI, 1739. I mean, if it can take it out, a little bit of a push on it. Low float, 20 million in the float. So it's certainly a low float. All right, so I have this AVTE. Actually, it's on my watch list as I was looking at it as a potential short. You know, I mean, this has been an IPO from here, just terrible IPO from back here. But it is trying to bounce a little bit, but there's no, there's no volume. Wow, I mean, I'm getting hardly any new alerts, guys. There's ZYXI, though. I have to admit, it is inching. I'm not in it, but it's inching its way up. Again, takes out that 1739, then it has a shot to that 1860 level on the monthly. On the weekly, it's 1780. Well, have to keep an eye on the CYTK. I mean, I think it's going to break out one way or the other. I refuse to believe it's just going to sit between 28 and 29 for the rest of the day. Believe it or not, I'm kind of watching Mara. It's kind of basing right around here. Let's see if it takes out this 23.25. Broke down below the 200-day moving average this morning, and it has come back. I have no idea what crypto's doing. Yeah, again, I'm only because of the Goldwyn upgrade. You know, for the OPCH. That's the only reason I'm, have it on my radar at all. I mean, the daily 2055. Couple of hundred, so not much. Okay, guys, look, the SPY is actually creeping a little bit higher here. We've been in look at all these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. So bounce plays, they could start to work pretty well if this continues. What crypto does best? Crashing? I have no idea what you mean by that exactly. I'm only looking at Mara and Riot because they were, just stocks that went up in a crazy, crazy way. And then this morning, though, they both dropped below their 200-day moving average, but they both recovered. So it's the only reason I even saw it this morning. Boy, this FRLN continues. This looks like it's going to go right back to where it started from. No news, zero news for all of this, guys. Well, I mean, it's inching. This is OPCH inching on the Goldman upgrade. All right, guys, it's 11:48. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop this YouTube link in. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, probably about 10 minutes from now. It is not Sean today. It'll be Chris Farley in the YouTube room today for the hour while I take my break. There was no trade of the week. Well, you should still have got an email. It's cash, so there was no stock. He just said maybe more prudent to be cash, so he could not find a specific stock. But you should still have received an email on that. Yeah, if you didn't get it, check. I always say this: check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you've been getting them before, then I have no explanation whatsoever. There you go. daytrader, good morning. All right, guys. Just watching the SPY here. I mean, it's, slow little, recovery. I mean, this is now a red candle's forming, but let's just see. No, yeah, I know. Well, there is a cash. Yes, there is a cash symbol, but if you read the email, it says stay in cash. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I got to change headsets. Just give me a moment here. How do you get the Trader of the Week alert? If you go to my homepage, find the homepage tab right there, okay? Click on the link, my homepage link. And then one of the sections, the first section I believe is, excuse me, the Trade of the Week, okay? And it's free. Again, this week is just to remain in cash. There was no specific stock that Steve could find, so happens every now and then. Okay? Yeah, I mean, this MTSL, What do they do? Okay, so Israeli Telecom. The next high looking left is, well, it's at 5 level. Again, the 5 level, and it, basically stalled right there. There's the high in the pre-market, I believe. No, I'm sorry, that's 1045's high. So kind of stalled right there. But I mean, if it can maybe today or tomorrow somehow takes out 5, maybe you can get back up to that level of 9 or start to attack this level that it hit about 5 days ago. Meanwhile, I did not take the ZYXI, but those of you who did, it's not too bad. 1706 now, 1736, and the next high looking left, 1739. That's the area. If you took it, just be aware there's a next high looking left. So just be aware of that. Well, I guess we should be watching CRTD in case it looks like it's, well, let's see if this holds. It's 370 area holds. Did get up to 450 this morning. See if it holds and then bounces off later on in the day. Well, look at skills here. SKLZ. I mean, this has been on a run. Definitely. I don't think I saw this one at all. Didn't see it this morning. Well, actually, I had a gap down this morning, like a lot of stocks, but nice recovery. Big float, 237 million in the float. So I mean, that's a pretty substantial move based on what the overall market's doing and the float that it's. Let's see if I see any news. I don't see any news. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in here. I'm expecting Chris to show up anytime now. I'll be back at about 12:40. Man, oh man! I mean, we've got to keep watching this CYTK breaking out one way or the other. I mean, this is pretty. This is a big base now. Pretty big base. Look at that 2 minute. Pretty big base here. Just stuck. I refuse to believe it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. Well, look at APT, guys. I mean, it had a tremendous run from the option scanner, almost a dollar, pulled back, but it's looking like it wants to run again. APT. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to tell me that he's in our YouTube room, and then I'll take off. And I'm just kind of perusing some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything. I mean, the Fubo is still moving higher, FUBO, still moving higher. The Mara is just kind of sitting around that 23 level. JMIA actually had a big drop, well, about a dollar from the high. Look at that big topping tail for JMIA on the 15-minute chart. All right, I think Chris is ready. Okay, I see he's Chris. Okay, thanks. I'll have fun for the hour, Chris. I'll stop streaming right now.
All right, looks like everybody's got eyes on my screen here. Anybody new to the game? I'm Chris Varley. I fill in once in a while when the other guys that do the regular Q&As take the day off or have something else going on. So free for all, live Q&A, ping away. Come one, come all with the questions. Oops. Hey there, Kev. How's it going? So, free for all here. Um, Let me know. Otherwise, we'll just start. We'll look at what's going on around the horn, maybe with Holly, I guess. Is it going Grant? Nio? Let's take a look at Nio. Um, Nothing jumping out at me on this. I mean, breaking support, so I was, to give it a bias one way or the other, uh, not feeling very bullish on it. But, we're in a bit of a pullback mode of the market. I know like a whole 3% off all time highs, so everybody screaming bear market right now. But what I would look at is, this right here. Um, we're not making higher highs, which was something I'd like to see more bullish. So kind of have this in here. This is slightly lower than that. You know, we've made this pull up. Now we're pulling back down again. So uh, nothing about it interests me quite personally. Also, China. So you know, not crazy about China. Has its moments, but holding something overnight. I just like to refer to luck and coffee always. the AI, two plays, stop out within minutes. Those are normal situations. I would say this about the AI. There's never anything normal about the AI, or normal about trading in general. So, you also have two targets hit and a profit save there. And, the bottom line is let's take a look. I made a comment and laughed about this when it alerted today. If you watch the time and sales on this here, sorry, I want to bring over a time and sales chart, but I don't know if it's going to give me what I want now. I don't know why this is doing this, but let's see here. I can't bring it over right now, but if you looked at CYTK when this made the alert earlier, it was insanely ridiculous how that was trading on the time and sales. Relative volume at that time was, I don't know, 600 or something like that. So, define normal. That's not normal in general, but there are stocks that do that every day. So, it met the criteria of the scan, and that's all there was to it. So, that's what I could say about that. Every day, she's gonna throw out things that are meeting the criteria of those scans, and sometimes those volume metrics, time and sales, those are things that you know we can scan for one, or we can implement one with the volume metrics, but time and sales not so much. So, or spread and things like that. Uh, so I don't think there's really anything I would call normal as far as the AI goes. VXRT on the up and up, wanting to get short it. Let's take a look at VXRT. And for any of you that are not familiar, I'm more of a swing trader slash swing scalp trader. I don't do a lot of day trading. If I do, I seem to always pay the price, so I'll just leave it at that. I'm just not great at day trading. Learn your strengths and learn your weaknesses, and the sooner you get over that stuff and cry in your soup about it, the better off you'll be. I want to get rid of this risk levels because I don't care. VXRT. Yeah, what's funny? I've been watching VXRT a little bit here and there, and started to get me interested back here actually when we were starting to make this kind of horseshoe pattern up. However, what I always like to mention is that you've got a lot of supply, a lot of people foxhole prayer right here saying, "Oh, please God, let that price get anywhere near there so I can recover that money." And every single time the price starts to come up, you better believe that that supply is going to meet this demand every single time. At what point is this supply fully distributed along here, and then we can make a pull up? Your guess is as good as anybody else's. So that's what I look at when I see VXRT. And that's how I would look at it moving forward. I would say that if I was to look at things that would make me interested, I'd want to see that line that I've just now moved above $11, claim and hold. But again, it's also one of those stocks that, is it going to claim and hold, or is it going to claim it and then shoot up like a rocket? Obviously we see what it did here. That was not exactly claiming that line and holding, to say the least. So that's there's my 2 cents there. All right, so we did Nio. We talked about Holly, normal and not normal. The other thing I'll add about Holly too is when you see these Neo alerts here, which I just wish it was one segment. I wish we would get rid of the 2.0. I'm sure Barry says this stuff all the time also, but I wish we'd get rid of 2.0 and Grail and all that and just make it one Holly. But something specific to Holly Neo is that her strategies will have higher relative volume metrics that she's looking at. This guy here, relative volume. So that's always going to play a heavy role into the alerts that she is making on that specific segment. But again, overall, I think it's better. Just think of Holly as one simple. She's an alert window. She's the fanciest alert window you can possibly get in trade ideas, but it's black box that you can't get in there. And if you're curious what makes her so fancy, is the fact that every single day when the market closes, she goes into whatever we call it, the hopper, the server, and does thousands and thousands and thousands of simulations based on her 60 or so base strategies, and then comes to the table with the base strategies that work the best the next day in those simulations. So that's how that functions like that. I see that there was a hiccup in the connection. We dropped about half of our viewers, unfortunately. That's always a bummer. All right, what other questions we got, guys? There must be something on your mind out there. Looks like after the SPY was trying to recover some, we're taking a leg back down again. Now it's working. Let's see if we can bring this over now. Alright, so for those of you that don't watch it as much, um, it doesn't. I don't watch this quite as much as I used to. I do it more for fun now, but I'm going to bring over time and sales window from IB. And now I would say this is fairly calm for this is CY TK there, which was the early Holly alert, right? This was the first alert on it. Had two pullback long in 2.0 and pullback long in Neo. But just look at this time and sales. First off, you've got a spread that's working anywhere in between, let's say, 10 and 15 cents right now. At the beginning, the spread was probably closer to 30 and 40 cents early on in the day. And look, look at how this is firing in and out like that. So, trading something like that is hard. And if anybody, I know automation, everybody wants to automate Holly and automate, and they want to go and just press play and go play around a golf and count their money because, for some reason, there's a misconception that that's how automation works with any platform, let alone ours. Do you really want to set something in automation with something like that, trading like that, not knowing what's going to be alerted? That's why that's my 2 cents on automation as far as, it's good and it has its goods and its bads. I've done it. I kind of do it sometimes still, but I don't just press play on any automation every single day. There's a lot of factors that go into when I think about automating anything. MTSL, let's take a look. MTSL, I feel like I've looked at that recently for some reason. Probably was on my evening scanner because it's got that pattern. So it has kind of a nice pattern that I like to look at. Got this here, even that there. So we can kind of call those cups and handles, if you will, horseshoes up. And that's what I look for in daily charts. But when something does that, it leaves the list right away. I don't have a lot of interest in something like that. Not my cup of tea to trade. But yeah, it's holding above 5 here. Take a look at it on a different time frame. Let's go 5 minutes. And what do we got? And again, fractal patterns, showing this kind of horseshoe up on the daily chart, and here we see it again here. So I do like fractal patterns like that. Again, not something I'll be trading, but yeah, looking like we've made a base here and pushing off here. Time and sales, we're climbing. But again, I'll bring that chart over again of time and sales. Watch how fast this was just at 20 here on the ask, and now it's at 15, just like that. Within 1 second, a 5 cent drop on a $5 stock. So those are the things I just don't care to trade, quite personally. I don't risk size well for them or anything like that. I know myself, and look at that. Up and down, up and down, up and down. It's different looking at it here than looking at it here as well. So like everything in life, everything's a puzzle. That's part of the piece of the puzzle to me, and why I don't do that. If you can answer what scan you look at for short swings. I don't short, David, so I don't look at any scans for shorts. And if I did short, if and when I do decide to short again, I've done very little shorting, let me put it that way. There just hasn't, since I started trading 4 years ago, there hasn't been much of a market for shorting. And last spring, when the whole world was ending and everything like that, I just really didn't trade that market at all because I'd never seen anything like that. The few trades that I was making, I was eking out a tiny gain, or I was getting beat up in, and it just sat on my hands for it. I watched markets in 2008 when all that collapse happened and stuff, but it was not a trader then. I was just a casual investor, on more long term type stuff, and, quote unquote, buying a dip before it was popular on some things that ended up working out, I guess, all right for me, but nothing spectacular or anything like that. So, and since I became a trader 4 years ago, there just really hasn't been a market that I felt like I needed to short. There's some days where a day like today, I'm really kind of sitting on my hands. Um, if we start to make a real correction in the bear market, then I might consider shorting. And at that point, David, I'd probably use still the same scanner I use now for scanning in the evening to get ready for the next day. Only I would look at the stocks that I feel are more extended and more ripe for a short. So, for example, this MTSL will probably show on my evening scanner tonight, due to the nature of its positions and ranges. And with that said, that might make for a good short candidate tomorrow. So that's how I would do that. I'd look for things that are extended on the daily, maybe 1 or 2 days. What's your average hold time for swing? I don't have an average hold time for swing trade. I prefer, if I had my way, I would say 2 to 4 days. But I've had stuff that I intended to be a swing and made a massive move up on that day, and I just got out because I didn't think that it had anything left in it. I've also entered and then it just immediately tanked on me and got out like that too, because again, it didn't do what I thought it would price action wise, and that was the end of that trade. Um, I've had some, I have some holdings right now that I've had for weeks actually. So that's going to bring my average up. And I haven't found much in my scanning in the evenings that I really care for recently. So I've just kind of been sitting on these two holdings as they're just kind of flopping around, and letting the price action work to them. So average, I've never taken an average of it, but if I had my way, 2 to 4 days I would like to see is kind of what I'm shooting for. And then back to you, David, as far as shorts. I mean, the other guys, Andy more specifically, does a bit more shorting than I do. So you might want to, if you want to send an email into info at trade-ideas.com. Hold on, let me switch something here. All right. If you want to send an email to info at trade-ideas.com, and ask Andy for some scans that he likes to find shorts in. He's always happy to share those. And you might get some good ideas out of that. And that's kind of my 2 cents there. And like I tell a lot of people when they start asking for specific scans, and for the example, the other day someone asked, "Hey, do you have any scans for year-long holds?" And it's like, no, but it's data interpretation. I have an evening scan that I like, and I think it's what I find my swing trades on. I shared it with someone in the past. They're more of actually kind of an institutional hedge fund kind of trader, and they said, "I don't understand why you think that's a swing trade scan. This works better for intraday for me." And I said, "Okay, well that's your data interpretation of it, Um, he didn't see what I see on that data that was coming out of that scan. So, a difference in opinions, I guess. So any scan could be used for anything. When my evening scan won't return anything to me day after day that I like, I start to go to the well of some other scans that I used to use more. For example, I do like Jamie's Turbo Family Up No Resistance, because I prefer to trade things that are moving towards new all-time highs or breaking out of ranges. And if you've ever listened to me before, I'm big about William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks book, where he constantly pounds the table about buy stocks that are going up, don't buy stocks that are going down. That's just, again, that's my 2 cents. There, I know there's great buy the dip plays and pullback plays and all that stuff like that. Again, doesn't work for me. Doesn't work for my personality. Doesn't work for the way I interpret data. So if it works for you, that's wonderful. Keep doing it. Don't stop doing it. But I can only speak to as what works for me. So again, data interpretations. And that's why we call it trade ideas. We're idea generating here, not trade guarantees. Um, Thoughts on NEGG? Um, NEGG. On that chart, I hate it. Let's look at a daily though. Same thing. Uh, you know, you got a bunch of people that are up here. I mean, that's $80 up here that they bought. We're at under 30 here. You better believe that anybody gets any price action that starts to move there, this is going to be distributed for a very, very long time. Barring, I don't know, what is this? Medical devices? Okay, so barring some kind of news that comes out that they're, cured cancer or set the world free of COVID or God knows whatever else. That's my 2 cents there. You've got, there's going to be a lot of price distribution coming out of that for a long time. And just as my 2 cents, now anything's possible, nothing's guaranteed, but that's what I see there. Uh, Debbie, what do we got? I have some performance issues. One of my alert windows. Does the beta version give better performance? No, the beta version does not give better performance. It requires more resources from our side and your side. Um, Behind the scenes view here, I don't know whether I should or can or whatever share this, but we have ordered and are now implementing a whole set of new servers to add to what we already have to help with that workload as far as the container windows go with 5.5 and all that. As well, I'm going to pull a Barry here and tease something. Uh, you cannot hold me to any time frame whatsoever. And if you ever make mention of this to anybody or email in, I'll deny everything and say you're a liar. But we are working on updating the charts quite even a bit more than what we have recently to bring them a little more up to speed with the rest of the world, live charts and things of that nature. So, or faster refresh time, anyways. I don't know if we'll be tick by tick. Since we're not a broker, we don't have tick by tick data in that sense. However, the charts, as I am to understand it, will at some point in the not so distant future be way better than what we're seeing now, and that will just be an overhaul of everything. So if you need real speed, you're running lots of windows, and you're flipping back and forth between alerts and top lists, and you have top lists that might have high record counts, Debbie. I'd say maybe then you're better off staying on the last beta version 4.34 or 4.2.34, whatever that was. So if you need a copy of that, you don't have it still to reinstall, let us know. We'll see if we can get you a copy of that, all right? Got it in 31, made a killing on that, but popped earlier than I thought. Waiting for another bottom reverse, maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of people that trade like that. Like I said, and I tried like that, and I had, it was a lot of trading like that was a lot of 2 steps forward and 1 3/4 steps backwards, 2 steps backwards. So it was, a lot of work, stressing and looking at these positions, and I'm down this now and I'm up this now for a whole lot of nothing for me. So that's why I just really moved off of that. Um, the book I mentioned is How to Make Money in Stocks by William J. O'Neill. A book that I like. That's where I made a big conversion in my trading style after reading that book. Um, I continue to always update what I'm doing with trading, anyways. Obviously, when you first start trading, that first year you probably switch styles about 30 times. I think that's very common until you start to settle on things. I think the best thing a person can do is look at your personality and what kind of person you are, what kind of energy level you have, who you are mentally, what you look for in life, and that's going to really reflect who you are as a trader. That was one of my biggest things for starting to get some success. It took me a while, and I didn't want to hear that from any of the other traders that it takes time, but that's just the way it goes. Um, the only other book that I've really read all the way through for trading specifically is Tools and Tactics of the Master Day Trader by Oliver Velez and Greg Capra. That was actually the first book I read, and I think that one's a little better for just mentality of a trader, understanding the merry-go-round that is trading in and out. But I enjoyed the book very much. I've read it actually a couple of times. Even once in a while, when I'm having some struggles, I go back and reread some of the chapters in it that kind of help me get over a few humps. So those are the two main books that I read. If you're looking for something that's really good, more on a long-term basis or more for investing type stuff, I would near and dear person to my heart, Jim O'Shaughnessy. Check out his What Works on Wall Street's the fourth edition. That's a great book. That's more quantitative, based on long-term investing, but good stuff in there. Um, yeah, here I'll type them in here. So in stocks. So that's one. Um, Tools and Tactics of the Master Day Trader is two, and What Works on Wall Street, fourth edition. Those are the main ones that I've read. I have some other ones that are sitting here that I keep getting lectured about not reading them since they were given to me. So, anyways, I've been told, Market Wizards is great. I have it. I have not read it. And Reminiscence of a Stock Operator as well is supposed to be absolutely outstanding read. I don't know how much they pertain to helping someone trade as much as a story. I believe Market Wizards is a good one for, trading styles and things like that, and to compare and contrast and all that. Like I said, but I haven't gotten around to reading those yet. Yeah, of course. You know, like I said, anybody that hasn't had me in a support session or a fill-in for any of the evening webinars, I'm very different than all the other traders. All these guys have been doing this professionally for decades. I have been doing this professionally for 0 years. I was a Trade Idea subscriber, back a while ago. Uh, you know, Taught myself everything. Everything that I learned in trading either came from doing the webinars and the trading room, because we didn't even have this back when I was learning the ropes, these live Q&As or anything like that, and the live chat wasn't the same as it is now, and there was a lot less resources back then for trade ideas. And so I learned everything through the trading room with the guys in there, Barry, a few of the other guys that are in there still. Some of them aren't in there, unfortunately, anymore, that I learned from writing things down, Googling it, Investopeediaing it, things like that. So everything that I learned, I taught myself. And like I said, I thought I was just going to come in 6 months I'll be paying my bills, and no, wrong. That's just, I think it's very common, all that kind of stuff, that kind of thinking. What else do we got going on here? So I look like I'm going to have to update my layout here. So some of these scans that I've kind of left up here, I don't really use them anymore. They're just things that I worked on for fun and just threw them up here for a support layout. The columns are all kind of wacky because of being on version 5.5, but I don't have anything in container windows here because I've not updated my support layout. I won't bore you guys with that unless you stop giving me questions, and then as I like to do, I'll threaten to clean out my cloud, as I have God knows how many partially worked on scans in there. See A10. Why am I looking at A10? Oh, from the scan here. Swing scan that I was working on that I gave up on. Interesting. And you see a bounce on it today. And curling as well. Interesting. Curling on the daily chart and curling on the intraday chart. So, yeah, these are the kind of things I find interesting when I'm looking at patterns. Alright. Curling on that daily chart. Now, let's take a look at it on some different time frames here. Isn't that something? How that mark that I just made lined up on 5 minutes daily. Take a look on a 15. If I just move the chart up, we're curling again. Interesting. Fractal patterns. When do I feel comfortable holding? I feel more comfortable, Monica. I feel more comfortable holding when we've either finished what I think is a pullback, and some of this is just going to have to go back to feel and experience and things like that. When we just had this recent run up, I started taking things off the table because I just felt like, first off, I feel like we've had a ridiculous run over the last 5 years, and whenever I mention anything, just take COVID out of your mind completely, because if it wasn't for COVID, you better believe we'd be doing all the same stuff that we were doing, and SPY would probably be at 475 in my opinion at this point. So, curling down, yes, definitely bearish signal to me. So it's not necessarily a loaded question, Monica, but you have to ask yourself when we're looking at things, first off, what are you looking at for longer term? Are you looking at fundamentals? Are you looking at technicals? Are you looking at a combination of these things? So I find the best way for me to get long anything and get comfortable long anything is to start to ask myself a series of questions. And if I can't answer those questions, I can't buy the stock. That's how I go. So I have a series of questions that I start to ask myself. So if we're going to look at me getting long anything, especially more long term, the first thing I'm going to do is look at the overall benchmark here of the entire trading world as far as I'm concerned. And we're going to look at it on a daily. And I'm going to say to myself on this, as we zoom out, there's nothing long term here on this chart that makes me bearish whatsoever. But it's unrealistic for me to think that that just continues forever, just like that. And I tease once in a while. Don't post as much finance stuff on Twitter as I used to. As I get carried away with some other things on there. But I tease and I call this a leapfrog pattern. It just continues. Leapfrog, leapfrog. So are we leapfrogging again to do this again? I don't know. But what I would like to say is that I did think that 426 was going to be a level that we would hold as some support to keep us more bullish long term, but we didn't hold it. So now I ask myself the question is this blue line that I have here, that's a low 20-day period. So we're touching the 50-day here. I don't pay overly much attention to SMAs as I do period lows. I like the 20-day low period very much. Just kind of what my eye goes to. So the next test to me is here. All right. We're 3% or 3.5% off all-time highs. So I'm not looking to get long anything as it stands right now. But if we take this 50 period and we start to build on it, that's when I'll start to look at things a little more long term. And when I talk long term, I'm talking days and weeks. If I was looking at investing stuff, then I'm going to start to look at healthy balance sheets and things like that. And that's when I refer to you things like what I've been reading and what works on Wall Street. So that book by Jim O'Shaughnessy, What Works on Wall Street, the fourth edition. And I start to look at more of the fundamentals and things like that. I think everybody on this planet would do themselves a big favor by remembering that we always return to the mean. We always return to the average on everything. And while that mean and that average can adjust somewhat over a long period of time, if you go back and you look at, anything, any bubble, anything like that, eventually it comes to an end, no matter how much time it is. There's all kinds of arguments to be made that we're in a bubble right now. And if you ask me, I think bubbles are great. Just be on the right side of the bubble and understand you're in it and ready to pull the cards off the table at any second. That's what I would say, Monica, as far as that. Ask yourself these questions. What are you looking at? Fundamentals? And if so, what fundamentals are you looking at? Why are you looking at those? Are you looking at technicals? Why and what are they? Are you looking at a combination? How do they affect each other? What correlations do they have? That's how you build a trading plan. That's how you build an investing plan. When you can ask yourself questions and then answer those questions, then you start to have those trading and investing plans. As far as feeling comfortable, the other part of it becomes a mental thing. Like I said, I was mostly a day trader up until late 2020 when I started to make the move over, and it was one of those things where I would wake up in the middle of the night and check the futures constantly when I started holding things overnight, because I just had to train my brain to understand that, that's how it works. You're holding overnight, there's more risk, but there's also much more reward in holding overnight or holding days and weeks. Again, something I've said many times is, and it was said to me and kind of hurt my feelings, but it's the truth. There are no wealthy day traders. They don't exist. You look at all the most wealthy people of the planet and they're long-term holders. And then take that a step back and you look at the most wealthy people on the planet and they don't have much diversification. Mark Zuckerberg, all Facebook. Jeff Bezos, all Amazon. Elon Musk, all Tesla. You know, yes, you make some arguments for some other whatever things, but they didn't make their wealth by diversifying. And someone will counter with me and say, well, Warren Buffett, yeah, well, Warren Buffett took every one of those stocks and stuck them in a conglomerate and then sold that to people. So again, he isn't really diversified. He just took everybody else's stuff that was long term successful, compounded it, and then sold it to you. So, you know, that's how that goes. That's my short story on all that stuff. So, yeah, I said bearish, curling down is bearish, right? Yeah. Curling down is bearish. But at what point is it bearish, and what point is it a pullback? Again, look, we curled down here, we curled down here, we curled down here. We attempted to curl down and held it. Now we're curling down here. So let's see what happens there. Yeah, and listen, don't take that as like don't diversify. You know what I mean? I'm not saying. Listen, you like some healthcare stocks long term for reasons that they meet all your criteria, and then you also like some semiconductors that meet your criteria, and you like some travel stocks or something that meet your criteria. By all means, trade those things, buy those, invest in those things. If they're meeting your criteria, they're answering your questions. Absolutely buy them. What I'm pointing out is that there's no cookie cutter answer for anything. And if you have something that works for you, you have something that makes sense for you, ride it until that horse is dead and beaten into the sand that you cannot possibly ride it any further. And then make sure that you go back and revisit it once in a while too. That's the same thing for me. There are scans that I've used in the past. They just kind of stopped working for me. I revisit them. I check them out every once in a while. I look at the history on what they're doing over the last month or two just to see, and if there's anything there afterwards. So it's all a process. It's all a puzzle. You're always adding new pieces to that puzzle to continue to expand and grow it. I look at everything in life as a puzzle. So that's just my kind of mentality there. What else do we got? Let's take a look around the horn, I guess, until more questions come in on the sector list here that I got going on. TLT, all aboard. So, what do we got? Everybody getting along the 20-year here. Not crazy to do this on an ETF and especially a bond ETF, but, patterns are patterns. So, we kind of flattened out here, and we made this line, if you will. Let's do that better. Let's do this right and not sloppy. So we're going to mark it up. We got a horizontal line here. We came down, and inflection point here, inflection point here. We bounced off it here. We take this a step further, and cup and handle, and boom, gap and go. So cup and handles within cup and handles. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't do bonds. All I know is I look at a chart and that's what I saw. So I guess people are having a little less risk appetite currently at the moment. That's what that means, I suppose, right? Bonds are when people aren't feeling the risk. Well, that's the other part of being in the bubble too. So if I were to let's do this. So Michael Noss, who I talk with at length, and him and I are two of the biggest bulls on the planet, I think, quite personally. Overall, there's nothing right now that makes me bear. I won't have a bearish bone in my body unless we close below 400 on the SPY and stay under that for a while. That'll be about the only thing that gets me bearish. But let's look at this weekly on the SPY. Let's go back. All right. If we were to do this, all right, going back to 2018, we have got this range that we traded in for all that time. We've got this range that we traded in for all that time. Let's extend that because that's actually a much bigger range before we made a move up here and we tanked because of COVID. Again, forget COVID. And we covered right back to this level again. And now we've been moving up again. So if we were to pull back to 400, I mean, I know that's a hefty pullback from 430, whatever it was. Does that seem unreasonable to anybody? And then we flop around maybe for a few months before we make that move up. I don't know. That seems very reasonable to me. So if you feel like you've missed the boat or anything like that, let the price action determine. Are we going to consolidate here and move up? Are we going to pull back and then consolidate? Are we going to pull back and then continue to drop? I mean, everybody can make the same arguments over and over and over and over again. The Fed can't possibly do this and the Fed can't possibly do that, and we're in another housing bubble and they're buying MBSs and they're doing all this stuff like that. Okay, that's great. Your arguments are all very valid and they work great on paper. They aren't working on the chart though. That's what I can tell you. So, you could say, look at that range for all that time. That was a range for a pretty good amount of time before we broke out of it, and then COVID destroyed it, and then we broke back up on it. We had a slight range that was there, and we've broken it again. So, uh, you know, there's that. That's what I'm looking at. The Qs I handle a little differently because the Qs get more bubbly and pop and bubbly and pop. Um, and, the Qs kind of have more flash in the pan stocks and things like that I think can manipulate it a little bit. Well, yes, dollar cost averaging over time. Yes, over time. But remember, for traders, only losers average down. So keep that in mind. And that's my 2 cents on that as far as that goes. There are very few people that can average down trading and do well, in my experience. I am not one of them. I can confidently say if I tried to average down 100 times in my trading career, I think I was successful 3 times. Not very good odds. And even the Qs, we can say the same thing. We had this whole range here before we pull up, we tank, but then we really popped on the Qs compared to the SPYs here. That slight range that's in there before moving up again. We range it again before moving up there. The real issue with the Qs to me, and the SPYs kind of start to get guilty of it recently, is the fact that you have the FANG stocks or whatever the heck you want to call all those stocks so heavily weighted in the Qs that, if Apple, Amazon, and Google and Facebook can't really do much, the Qs struggle overall. So that's just, it is what it is. You play, unfortunate, fortunate, whatever you want. You play the chart, you play the index, you play the stocks the way they are. So let's keep marching around here unless some more questions come in. Natural gas. Anybody again that has been in any of these with me, I ragged on energy for so long. Right up until January, I started to change my tune on energy. If you ask me why I ragged on it so bad, here's energy right up until January. There's that wall. And, going back to, I don't know, is it 2017 back here? Yeah, 2016 even, back here, all right? We got this long bow. Bring this closer. Long bow down. I'm not sure what that event was that did that there, but that was short-lived, very, very short-lived, with just a continued down right here. That's natural gas. I suspect that if I do, let's see, XOP, what do you say you? Not too far off on there. Same drawing, different chart. Let's look at USO. That one holds up a little better. Let's see, XLE. What say you, XLE? So we're looking at a lot of the same theme here. Let's get rid of that drawing. And the fact that, this range where we kept making lower highs, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, right up until here. And that's when the script flipped. And now we have this big pullback in energy again. Things started talking about shutting the world down again and all this stuff like that. So, but here I saw a change. I went long some energy stuff. It was okay. I played it short term. Long term, we'll see what happens with energy. We'll take it a step further. Let's look at a monthly chart. We go back to the early 2010 range when oil was, I don't know, like 150 a barrel or something crazy like that. So you have that big run up there, and that was a pretty big bubble, I would say. Compared to when I first got my driver's license, oil was, I think, something like $9 a barrel or something ridiculous like that. So gas was under $1 a gallon and here in New York and all those things. And no, I'm not that old, but it just happened to be a big crash in the oil market at that time in 1998, 1999. So, not seeing any questions coming in. Yeah, zoom those charts out. It was one of the best things that I did. It's also what started to pull me away from day trading. Was zooming charts out more. I just feel like the two things that move me over from day trading is the fact that day trading, a lot of stuff that I was doing, I needed, I was trying to trade, 1,000 shares and get 10 or 15 cents to get, 100 and $150 on a trade, and trying to do that 5 or 6 times a day or something like that. And it was like insanity to me when all of a sudden I could take 3, 4, 500 shares and see that $1, $2 move maybe over 3, 4, 5 days, and I was getting much better results by much smaller share sizes, much wider stops. And in a bull market like we've been in, it just, all of a sudden it was like things that I was day trading, they'd close the day down and the next day they gapped up above where I had entered. Then I'm like, oh, well, if I just held overnight, but I wasn't holding 1,000 shares overnight. That was the account that I had. That was, trading that I had and things like the mentality that I had. And it did not work for me. That's all there was to it. So I could share size much smaller, give myself much wider stops, and I saw much more success in that. So let's see. Yes, but averaging down is different, of course. Blah, 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 crazy knife. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. And again, relative to time frame. Give yourself a long enough time frame, and everybody's right on a long enough time frame. Even the craziest of ideas, So extend that time frame out as much as you need, and you'll always be right. It's like the guy that said, oh, my roof is going to leak for 30 years, and after 30 years it leaks. Say, hey, I was right. My roof leaked 30 years later. Well, that's exactly it. Look at a stock market chart. Going back to the 1880s. You're gonna, over each decade, you're gonna make continuous highs. And look, you have decades that were awful. That you could correspond to this decade that's been unbelievable. Look at the 1970s. I mean, the 1970s is a lost decade for us, unbelievably lost. Let's see, liter gas 34. Oh, I mean, the disconnect between energy prices all over the world is insane. I lived in South America for a number of years, on and off, in Argentina, which has a lot of gas and oil and energy down there. So you'd think that it would have been cheaper, but because of whatever politics and stuff down there, they have to send all their oil to refineries that are either, because all the oil's in the south of the country, so they have to send it all north to Buenos Aires, or they have to send it over to Brazil to be refined to send it back again. And so I couldn't believe the price of gas that was down there. It was ridiculous, to be honest. I'm like, but all the oil's right here, and you guys are pumping it, and it's nationalized, which made it even more confusing. But politics, who knows? Wade into that. I only wade into that water on Twitter and like to fight there. So. What else we got? We got about 13 minutes before Barry comes knocking and takes me away from you guys. So you got 13 more minutes of me boring you to death. I guess let's jump back in here. Let's look at let's continue to go around the horn. IBB. What are we looking at here? On a monthly chart? Good lord, that's bullish on a monthly chart. Well, I guess one thing we'll never run out of is sick people. So there's that too. Better served on a weekly chart right now. See, now on a weekly chart, I wouldn't play it. I'm just saying what I see. I would not make any bet according to this right now, as I have other things going on. But let's just go back on a weekly chart. We have a bottom out here, and we continue to make steps up, higher lows. Take it a step further. That V, and I'm guessing that's, yeah, exactly, that corresponds with the ridiculous COVID sell-off. And not that the COVID sell-off was ridiculous, it was just ridiculous that that's what it took to get a sell-off. But here, cup, handle. What would make me interested is, starting to get this level and reclaim it again. It would make me interested. So there's IBB for us, what we're looking at there. And I'm looking at more long-term stuff because, get a lot of questions. Is trade ideas good for swing trading? Yeah, and now, yes, can you get this data from other places? But can you organize this data like this in other places? Probably not. um, the other thing that I do is I take my scans that I use and I coordinate them with what I'm seeing on the sector analysis. So back in September and October, my scans were putting out nothing but regional banks. And what was the KRE doing at that time? Well, let's take a look. And if you don't know these sectors, I highly recommend you start getting yourself familiar with these sectors. So right here in October and November, KRE started busting out a little bit here. We had the big sell-off and then the big pop like everything else. And then we started to make a recovery here in October. And look at what the KRE did for months and months and months and months and months. More than half a year after that, 3/4 of a year after that, KRE ripped. And my scan, my evening scan, was nothing but filled with KRE stocks all through all that. So I matched what my scans were showing with what the rest of the world was showing and where the money was flowing. It's funny. I could do the same thing, talk stocks all day. The other guys that I work with, they get burned out. Also, they've been doing it, some of them for 30 and 40 years. I've been doing this for 4. I could literally talk stocks for charts and stocks all day, every day. But it's funny. I don't know how many of you use Twitter, and if you don't, you should be absolutely using Twitter. FinTwit, it's a subsect of Twitter for financial Twitter. There's a lot of great what we call spaces on there, which is basically the destruction of Clubhouse. When I go into Twitter spaces, I like to just mess around after talking stocks all day and doing things like that. But there are some really, really, really great traders on Twitter. And the best traders out there are the ones that are just sharing thoughts and ideas and things they're seeing. They're not making buy recommendations or sell recommendations. They're not making massive calls. They're talking about where we've been, where we are, where they think possibly we're going. So if you're not on Twitter, um, unless you're just completely anti-social media, which I get that argument, and I'm not going to argue against that argument. But if you're on social media, if you use Facebook, if you're, whatever, make a Twitter account. Start looking for some people that are in the finance world of Twitter to follow. You throw an email to us at info@trade-ideas.com, and I'll throw a few recommendations out there of people that I think you could start with that will add value to your financial life for sure. And some of them talk a lot of finance, some of them just talk life in general, and you could relate all of it back to finance again. So, yeah, but stock twits is different. Stock twits is people pumping stocks and things like that. You get more in. Get more into some of these, Jim O'Shaughnessy that I mentioned before, the What Works on Wall Street guy, Morgan Housel, some of these guys like that, Jamie Catherwood, trying to think of some other legit names. Stay away from the people that are on CNBC and Bloomberg and stuff like that as much as you can. I'm not saying all of them are not good follows. I'm just saying that they get paid to be on TV and talk about things. These other guys, they don't get paid to talk about any of the stuff that they're talking about. They do it because they have a true love for it. So that's my kind of, stay away from the stock twits. And Monica, yeah, it's always my pleasure to do these. I wish I did these a little more often, to be honest. Maybe I'd burn out then too. But whenever Sean or Andy or Jamie or any of those guys have a day off, I'm the substitute teacher for these things to go. So, you know, but like I said, Twitter Spaces. Every day I'm looking at some of these guys that I follow and I interact with a little bit on there. Like I said, when I get onto Twitter, I've strayed away from some of the more financial stuff. I was doing a bunch of videos and things like that and posting them on Twitter, and I've kind of gotten away from that for a little bit here. Um, there's some great follows on Twitter. There's absolutely some great follows on Twitter, no question about it. In fact, Twitter is how I discovered Trade Ideas and how I actually landed a job with Trade Ideas. So go Twitter. Not long the stock, but I should be probably, even though it's had quite the run up, I think. Let's take a look at a Twitter chart, as a matter of fact. Why not? Since we're not looking at anything else. Oh yeah, look at that. Ain't that something? And you can always see it's funny. I put these studies on charts and then I kind of leave them as I stop trading them. So probably the last time I traded Twitter actually was, to be quite honest, probably the last time I traded Twitter was back here somewhere. Not a bad run, but there's also a lot to do with this where you're talking about censorship and government crackdowns and things like this, and that's I try not to let the news overly influence what I do, but you can't ignore the news either. So I think that probably a lot of this pattern that's going on there. How would I compare options trading to swing trading, Jake? I would not, because I know absolutely nothing about options other than they exist. So sorry, I don't have a better answer for you there, but I'm one of those people that's never afraid to say I don't know, and in this case, I don't know. Yeah, you're totally welcome, Pete. It's one of those things when someone asks me about the trader room or anything like that, and I always try to point out that Barry's never going to tell people what to do, buy, hold, sell, any of those things like that. And my favorite part about Barry is if you ask him what he thinks of a stock, his first question back to you is, well, what do you think of the stock? And usually he'll probably pull up a chart if he's not busy and go over what he's seeing on the chart. But the point being is that the best way to learn is ask yourself questions and answer those questions. When you can answer your own questions, that's when you start to see some learning and growth. That's what I found for me. And it was actually Steve Gomez on one of his Trade of the Week webinars several years ago. He took the chart requests and things like that. And I had already been, interacting with him a lot on Twitter and the webinars because I attended them religiously, and so he already had we were already kind of familiar with each other, and so he started teasing me back. He's like, all right, well, you and all your chart requests, he's like, what do you see on the chart? Your turn now. And so kind of hit me back with that, like, all right, well, you've been attending these and we've been going over charts for a while. It's your turn, what you're seeing on the chart. So do I use ATR? No, I don't, and I should. It's one of those things that I feel like I lack on because while you can't know everything about every indicator and trading style and all those things like that, ATR is actually one of those ones I feel like is just a really solid indicator to have. And actually, I believe that there's a bunch of stuff within Holly. Don't quote me on this, and there's no way for me to open it and confirm this, but I do believe there's some things with Holly that has to do with ATR on her exits. What and how they are, they're black box from even me. So, but the fact that that it's being used in Holly tells me that I should be using it a little more, even though I'm not. Um, can you use options for swing trading and hold them for weeks or months? Yeah, again, as far as options goes, I'm lost in the world of options. Any minute Barry's gonna come yelling at me to get out of here. But all right, let's we looked at that. All right, we looked at IBB. Let's look at gold. Something that I thought I was going to get real bullish on last August, and I had an order rejected for a buy, and I thank God to this day I had that order rejected for a buy on a gold trade that I wanted to make, because I would have taken a big bath on that. At the time I was cursing, oh, you didn't fill me and blah, 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 blah. And I don't really blame anybody else for anything ever, but, like anybody else, in the heat of the moment, why not? But somewhere as gold was topping out in here on this weekly chart, I was like, yeah, gold, it's going to make that big break in inflation and all this stuff like that. And I went to get long. I got rejected, and then gold did that. And so I'm very grateful that that happened. And as far as I'm concerned, I have two takes on gold. It's a dumb pet rock, but that doesn't mean you can't make money on it. Um, and I know inflation hedge and things like that, but okay, so take gold and stick it in a safe, and then 30 years from now, it's still going to be in your safe with a lot of dust on it. Awesome. It just, it doesn't, there's just no logical argument to me in gold being a true hedge against inflation, unless we go back to the Bronze Age or something like that, where we're making coins out of it again and we're backing the dollar by it, or some nonsense like that, which is not going to happen in my lifetime. Or your lifetimes, I'm sure of that. So, again, dumb pet rock doesn't mean I ignore it, doesn't mean I don't pay attention to it, and doesn't mean that I won't trade it. but just my 2 cents. Silver, I feel much differently about, even though it's also not doing anything because silver is actually used in components for electronics, though it doesn't really reflect in the price for whatever reason to me. I just look at silver differently than gold. Let's see, cloud stocks. Again, I mean, really bullish, just really strong chart on the weekly there. And, computers ain't going nowhere. Technology isn't going anywhere. More things in life will become automated and all that stuff like that. So, these are where I place my long-term bets. How exactly I place them, I don't know. I think I saw someone on Twitter the other day so bearish the SMH and semiconductors and everything like that, and I just posted this chart to them. Like, really? You're bearish that? That's what you're bearish? Okay. Okay, I don't know what else to say to that. Especially, this is a modest run up, I would say, here on that. Then again, COVID smash, and then that run up, and now look, we're range bound for this time. From October last year to right now, we're range bound. When we start to break down more here, okay, then maybe I guess a bear case is to be had there. But talk to me when we get there. And yes, ATR is really great for screening volatility. Absolutely. That's the one thing I really know about it. So one of those things that as I started to really get more active trading and started to put more of my focus on trading and having to move my life's earnings and things like that, I stopped kind of growing in some of my knowledge as far as new trading tools and mechanics and things like that. And so I just haven't had the time that I would like to start to go back and research things like that. So, life. It took a couple of years where I really got into this, and look, 4 years ago I couldn't tell you what an SMA is, and here I am with an SMA and an EMA on a chart, and all that. New to the room, great insight, thanks, dear. Ask long-term thoughts on newish IPO. Yeah, I mean, I'm always willing to chime in. For whatever it's worth. Doesn't mean I know anything, but sure. TRKA. Let's put a daily chart on this instead. What kind of group? Subscription based. What are you? Data and technology. Love the sector. Data is the new currency. Data is the new warfare. For good, for bad, it doesn't matter. Leave your values and morals at home if you're trying to trade is, my kind of thing. And, in general, I mean, I'm not saying throw it all out the window, but, all right. So as far as this goes here, I would say, let's look at an anchored VWAP from its IPO day here. And so that's this purple line here. And I would say you want to try to find it gravitating towards that. 8 EMA and this red line here as it begins to, wait, is that the 8 EMA? No, that's the 50 SMA, I'm sorry, right? Let me make sure I do this right and not giving you bad information. 8 EMA is the black one here. So you've got it under pressure from everything. The 8 EMA is, I mean, we literally ran into it on the daily and smacked it right on that wick here. So you're going to need to see the price action pull it up and consolidate before thinking about getting long. And again, I don't know who and what they are exactly. And for all I know, they have a news release tomorrow that sends them to the moon. The other thing that I'm going to point out here is stocks have a personality based on price. And under a dollar, when you're under a dollar, I'll say 15-cent increments really matter. When you get to a dollar, 15 to 25-cent increments matter. Barry's about to kick me out. So it's very psychological. When you get, especially the prices under $10, you're going to see the two hardest lines for a stock to break price action wise is going to be $1 and $10. You watch any stock that doesn't have any news that's pulling into it to influence it whatsoever. You watch how hard it is for it to get above and hold $10. You watch how hard it is to get above and hold $1. And so you're in that middle range right now where, in my personal opinion, every buy is going to get sold for now, basically. So I wouldn't, I would stay away from it. If you're holding it and you have a long-term plan on it, work the long-term plan. If not, then you might want to figure out what your long-term plan is and decide if it's still worth holding or not. That's, my 2 cents there. I think Barry's about to come in and give me the boot.
Okay, guys, I think I'm back in the YouTube room. I don't know if Chris is still there. I don't know if you guys can hear me also. What we're looking at right now is maybe another CYTK short. Maybe now. I mean, it's been teasing us all day. And we had a massive pop with NRXP. Okay, we had a big pop for NRXP. So what we're waiting for right now, this is the NRXP, I had an alert set right here around 1250, but it blew right through it. Okay, so now we're and so I was not able to get it there. Next, trying to see if it can break through 14, because remember, in the pre-market, it got up to 16.99, I think, officially. And this is a virus play, so, the only things really long are the virus plays. And now CYTK, are you finally going to give it up for a while anyway? I hear you, William. Well, again, I guess I was too influenced by the SPY. I mean, the FLR, yeah, you're right. I mean, the option volume is significant. Just hard to commit to a construction company, big one, when the market was doing this. But you know what? 1537. 1537 was the alert. That's Veronica. I don't know if you're kidding or not. You have $5 to buy one stock. I'm not sure if you're kidding or not. I don't understand what you mean. All right, yeah, put a 14 alert probably on the NRXP and just see if it takes it out again. This is my last kick at the cat with a CYTK. If it doesn't work this time, I'll just forget about it. Did I say that? That's a horrible expression. All right, what is the market doing? So the market was an hour straight down, some big wide candles also. Now a little bit of a recovery here. All right, guys. I mean, that NRXP is getting closer. But again, if you're going to take that stock, make sure you size yourself correctly. It is a super low float. Keep putting NX. It's NRXP. Okay. I mean, look at the float. Wow, an airplane. Yay, an airplane. Yeah, it is nice to hear an airplane. I'm telling you. All right, well, the CYTX, finally, you moved down now. Well, take your where you got into your entry minus your stop and divide that whatever that is, divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. You've had to have heard me say that a million times. NRXP guys, keep an eye. This, I mean, it's going to be just share size accordingly, right? Now, if you're talking about in auto fashion, there's only one way to do it, and you have to use the stop. The stop that is generated by the system. That's the only way you can do it. All right, so if you use that stop, then the smart stop is generated, and all you have to do is just put how much you're willing to risk per trade, be it $100, $50, $200, and that'll share size you. Oh, finally. 3 times trying this one, guys. And we got the NRXP just flirting with that 14. Look at the volume. NRXP, look at the volume bars, guys. Look, the big blue one. Now I mean, this is, it's orange because in theory it's selling volume, but it hasn't really sold off very much. Not very much anyway. Meanwhile, APT just continues higher. I'm hearing it. APT continues higher. Lifetime high, sorry. Daily high now for APT. Can we get a crack at 27? I think, boy, we might get a crack at 27 with the CYTK now. I'm sure it does. Just waiting to see if I can take out that 27. Yes, maybe. Yes, maybe. Take a look at what Real is talking about. Just change that to 30-minute. Wrong. Yeah, you're right. It looks a lot easier. All right, guys. Well, smooth or not, I have covered some. Okay, just over 20, about 27.10 or 27.15 ish. Okay, now it's popping right back up. So I'm not overstaying my welcome. I'm gonna take whatever it's gonna give me. So I don't have very much left of the CYTK. In fact, I'm out of it now. I mean, it could come right back down if it takes out 27 again, maybe. But got to be nimble. All right, next focus, NRXP. Again, I'm just going to keep nagging you guys. If you're going to take it, you've got to share size accordingly with only 1.89 million in the float, all right? And what I mean by that is don't go crazy because it can drop so quickly. It can do this like it did. It popped so quickly, but it could also do the same thing in reverse. So just be awfully careful. Well, you know what? I mean, I'm not amazed, but I mean, I'm surprised by the strength of Fluor. I have to admit, it's a construction company. I mean, while this was happening, I mean, this was actually moving up. So I am surprised. A pony pump, okay. That was FLR. Zach, you didn't tell us that FLR was a pony pump. But Zach can't hear me, so. Oh, it's just sort of a joke. Nigerian on CNBC, I guess he's got a ponytail or a man bun, whatever you want to call it. So Zach always says, oh, we've got a pony pump. So him talking about a stock on CNBC. Somebody said that Nigerian mentioned it. FLR, we're talking about FLR. Yeah, listen, I mean, look, I'm happy to have done what I did with the CYTK. It's just been so jumpy. But, hey, listen, takes out that 27 and I mean, it's got a ton of room, obviously. And it is only phase two. I know somebody's I don't know. I can't remember what analyst put a 48 price target on it, but that's not going to happen today. That's for sure, if ever. Boy, this I'm telling you, this NRXP, it's basing very nicely for a 2 million float. Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty tight. You know, the bottom here is around 380. Top is on. I mean, 20 cents. That's pretty tight. Again, with only 1.8 million in the float, 39 million shares have traded. It's traded the float just about 21 times today. Needham, is that who it was? Thank you. Yeah, so I mean this is our provider. I mean, if you've gone to, I mean, again with these low floats, you can. I always say it, but if you go to 10 different websites and probably find 10 different float numbers. Okay, well, guys, I mean, you have to do what you have to do. Okay, I know that sounds crazy, but on this one, okay, you're on your own. Yeah, so I went to Finviz and they've got 7.6 million. So, I mean, so you've got 14. Finviz has got 7.6. We've got 1 point. Whatever it is, it's low. Okay? Oh, man. Okay, well, again, you know, the NRXP. Look at Fubo also, guys. I think this is an interesting short pattern for Fubo. Right here. Little downturn, little stall, continuing down. 2488, so it's got some room on the way down if it wants to. And what's the market doing? Market is putting in a red bar, so that would help it somewhat. So the only question now with that NRXB is, can that pre-market high be more of a magnet? I thought it said phase two. Oh, in fact, I don't know. I'm looking at the other one. I don't know what phase it's at. NRXP. I really don't know. It recently completed phase 2B/3 trial. Okay, so it's a 2B/3. Yeah. So it's a little bit better than I thought. Well, can it take out 15? Rhetorical question, of course. Well, as long as they don't put that secondary during market hours, I'll be okay. I've taken some out, guys. I don't know if it's going to take out 15, so I got to be careful. Again, if you're in this one, just be careful. Look at the float, look at the float, look at the float. Yeah, CYTK may get me back in, though I'm probably a little bit late. Did I say float? Okay, something is KRG. What are you doing? All right, well, CYTK now challenging 27. Ooh, KRG. Well, this has got some room. Look at this monthly candle. Well, that's basically today, KRG. All right, well, moving down now again, guys. CYTK. Well, look at the volume coming into NRXP, guys. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. Look at that volume, biggest volume bar of the day. There is still enthusiasm about this stock. All right, I don't often look at OTC, but let's take a look. Could take out 15. Yes, NRXP could take out 15. Again, be careful. 1.89 million in the float. I know I keep saying that, but nice, actually nice little base on the fives though for it to pop from. It was a while ago, of course, but well, head news. It's a virus play. Somebody asked what the catalyst for NRXP. It's a virus play, so it did have some news. Have to check it. Just look at any news source you want. Check the news on it. Phase 2B/3. And again, getting closer and closer. I mean, look, you know what? You got to stick an alert even at the high in the pre-market, which is about 1690. I'm going to put an alert at 1713. See if it takes that out later on. I mean, if it does, it could go anywhere. All right, just kind of keeping my eye on my thumbnail chart, see if there's anything interesting happening. Okay, this NRXP, it could be over now, guys. Well, for a while anyway. Gotta be very careful. Are you talking about FLR, William? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, at least a little bit of an excitement with the NRXP and the CYTK. All right, little bit of a pullback here for the MTSL. well, I guess it's a little bigger than I thought. Some big topping tails here in the 15. Wish I'd seen that. That is a great look at a short up in this area for MTSL. There's another one, guys, with these topping tails for OSUR. This looks interesting as a short, you know. I mean, look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Two relatively big ones. Another one. I mean, at some point, the buyers are just going to say, okay, you guys can have it for a while anyway. I'm talking about the OSUR. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? Wow. Okay, the market is down 900. So, see, I don't think it has touched 1,000 today. May be wrong, but I don't think it has. All right, here's another one. Probably a big volume pop for NUWE. Not really. Well, here it was, NUWE. Another low float situation, 6 million in the float. Hasn't traded very much. I mean, it's 4.5 times normal, but really hasn't traded very much. NUWE. I don't know if this was an IPO back here or a symbol name change. It's a COVID play. You'd never know it. I mean, look, medical device, well, maybe fluid overflow. Okay, I see. I can kind of see. There are shorts available for us at Interactive Brokers for NUWE. Coming into this high right there, that daily high, 479 right there. Hard for me to believe it'll take out 5. Look at the volume coming in. Out of nowhere. I've seen Alf. Yeah, Real pointed that out earlier. ALF. There you go, Becca. You see? So yeah, so if you pounded that one down, that's not bad. NUWE with the shorts. NAX or NVAX? Well, let's take a look. Maybe he's right. Yeah, I think he meant NVAX. I think he meant NVAX. Look at this. Wow. Well, I don't know if it's approved them yet, but man, oh man, look at Novavax. Look at what a pop today. So again, I hope nobody got hurt on that NRXP, guys. It's a great trade, but you cannot wander away from your computer. I mean, look at this. 14, almost 15 down to 13 as a $1.50 move, just like that. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, now Codex is a virus play. It's taken its time, 854, and it has some room, not a lot of room, not a lot of room, unfortunately. I mean, when I say that, I'm looking at the daily chart. I don't see, I mean, look, if it got all the way up there to 885 from 861, it'd be awesome, it'd be good percentage-wise, but I just think there's just too much resistance. But it's a virus play. It is a virus play. Showed up earlier. My option scanner at 854, but dropped all the way down here, and now it's just powering through. Well, let's just check the sector status to see if there's any one of them that is kind of making a little bit of a move to the upside. The answer is really no. I mean, wow. I haven't seen a day like this in a long time. So we have consumer staples. There's your best one with 9.3% of the stocks up, which represents three of them. Kroger, interesting. That is, that's it's an earnings play by any chance? Ah, stupid surfing. Very pet peeve of mine, guys. It gets the default. It takes you into surfing immediately. I hate that. So interesting. I mean, Kroger is having a heck of a day in the face of virtually every other stock being down for the day. Not just in its sector, but look at this: 100% financial, 100% energy, 100% utilities, 100% materials. I mean, what a day. Well, theoretically, tools, options, general, and you see, and I do it all the time, so I don't know why it's happening. But anyway, go to and then uncheck the enable surfing and save it. Okay, that should do it. So I'll do it again, William. Tools, options, and then uncheck the enable idea surfing. However, I don't think that works with this channel bar. I may be wrong, but let's just take a look. And the answer is yes. Okay. So that did turn it off. Could have sworn I'd done that before and it overrode. I think what happens is when you download another version of Trade Ideas, it immediately assumes you want to have surfing as a default. Anyway, that worked. Yay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Real. Well, down goes NRXP, guys. I mean that. Again, I just hope nobody held on, and in the hope that it would bounce back over 14. I mean, that's like it could later on, but you can't take the chance. What do I think of DRNG? I don't know. Let's take a look. And the answer is... Oh, okay. You're in the wrong room. We don't trade those here. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I certainly don't. I mean, two things. It's a pink sheet stock, and it's even under a penny. So I have no feelings for this whatsoever. Sorry. Wow. Challenging 10 now. APT challenging that 10 level. I think that's even cheap for Tim. I may be wrong, but I think that's even cheap for him. Boy, how wrong. Again, I'm just keep saying, how wrong was I in the APT, thinking this would hold it? Not even close. So over 10 now, APT. Virus play. Next high looking left is 1049 on the weekly chart. All right, that's a sporting. Yeah, well, really not doing anything. I mean, it's up 4 cents, so I'm not really sure what you're seeing here. Just, I don't really see what you're. I can look at it, but I don't see anything that's wonderful about it, to be honest. Got a lot of junk right around here and here and here and whoa, look at CYTK. What a bounce. What a bounce it took. So listen, I mean, at the end of the day, this may challenge this level and really start to rocket again. Looks like it did virtually the same thing on the 15 ADMA. Just looking at it. Oh no, sorry, that's the Bollinger Band. Sorry. Yeah, listen, you're on your own. I mean, I know I say that, but this SOGC is a in my opinion SGOC. Sorry, SGOC is a very tough trader. It's as whippy as I mean, look at these topping tails on the daily chart. You know, you even have them on the 15 right now, and again, surprisingly, it's not that low a float, not low float at all, but. I just find it a difficult intraday trader. I got my spare bedroom all ready for him because Zach can't hear me. Consequently, I usually just back off it. You know, I don't even try. I find it just too frustrating, the SGOC. Well, maybe the next time you will, Mustang, right? It's hard. Look, it's hard to obey your stop sometimes because you just talk yourself into the trade thinking it's got to work. All right, guys. Well, I'm just watching them. Ow, sorry. Ow. Watching the market keep drifting down now. See if we touch that magic 1,000. FYBR. Wow, look at this one. Look at the room it's got underneath on the weekly chart. FYBR. Just on the way down here. Little red green bar ignored right there on the 5 minute. A little bit late, unfortunately. FYBR. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Another communication stock. Guess they did an IPO back here a couple of months ago. Just give me a moment, please. You can't, Marwin. You can't. I mean, you know, you never. Are you trying to predict the move after it's halted? I mean, typically the first halt is usually okay. I mean, when a stock gets halted, the first halt usually is okay. Okay, meaning that it pops, but you can always. So I'm not sure I understand your question. You're trying to predict before it gets halted? I mean, once it's halted, you can get a pretty good idea of where it's going to open at once it resumes, just by looking at, your broker will have something that has time and sales, and you can usually see the bid and the ask. Still don't understand the question. I mean, you can't know. I mean, FRLN got halted on the way up, and look at the pop it had. Okay, then it got halted on the way down. It dropped. Now, in theory, it could have gone up. The only thing is when you were looking, if you were looking at your time and sales while it was halted, you could see the bid ask stacking up below it. So there was that doesn't mean though that just because the bid ask is stacking up below the halt price, yes, it could open there, but it could pop immediately again. So you don't know for sure. In this particular case, I mean, yes, it kept going down afterwards, yes, but there's no guarantee. I'm just trying to. Too bad there's not a halt on right now, but you see what happens is you can take a look at if you have something like this from your broker. So if this were imagine this were halted, okay, at 539, and it was the first halt. What we would probably see are, this wouldn't be moving like this, but we would see what the bid ask is stacking up to be when it comes out of the halt. And the first halt, usually the bid ask is higher than the halt price. certainly in the FRLN, it was way higher. Actually, haven't had that many halts today. We had last 2 weeks, man, that's been the most active scanner we've got. The halts resumes. One of the ones I'm sharing. This is what I'm talking about right here. So this got halted here, right? It got halted at probably what was the price? 419, and it popped up to 451 before it fell back. So it's not that you had it, we didn't know it was going to do this. In fact, it looked like it was going higher. I mean, it did go higher. Oh man, you're gonna, if the virus, continues to be in play, I mean, but I don't know about these. I mean, what's the high over here? Is 1049. The high is 1024. As long as the virus, I guess, remains super active. But this is super. It's very risky. 11 million in the float. Very, very risky. So somebody else may have an opinion, but I cannot really. I feel reluctant to give an opinion because, if I do that and you take it and it doesn't work, well, that's not good. I'm not an investment advisor in that particular. I'm not an investment advisor, but they're risky. I mean, anything with a low float is going to be very risky. So it's up to you, really. Do you think the virus plays are still going to be in play for a while? I mean, really, that's what it's all about. You back? Okay, guys. Well, that NRXP is still looking interesting. Again, if it can take out the 15. Don't sleep. All right, yeah. Look at DTSS. Actually, not bad. I mean, look what it's doing. It's taking out Friday's high 401, and on volume, DTSS, China stock. I just feel like I'm chasing it right now, though. It was a great. Actually, it was looking really nice here on the 15s on basing beautifully. Just had to take out that 4 and it popped up through there, and look at the volume also. So a lot of things going for it. You know, a lot of people want to take trades when a stock breaks out of consolidation. That's great as long as there's volume. Otherwise, you get a lot of fake breaks. Yeah, guys. Okay, that's what we have, a stocks only tab. That's just for stocks, specific stocks. Okay. Anything else is off topic typically. Okay. Very few earnings plays though. I mean, tomorrow we'll have a whole bunch of them, but very few earnings plays today. We have about 240 companies releasing earnings this week. Well, that was a heck of a short. If anybody got this one, the NUWE, that's a heck of a short. There was a top. Said 5 could hold it, and certainly did. Yes, it is. CYTK is dropping again. It's been a challenge, in my opinion. It's been a real challenge today. Nicely done on the DTSS PO and IJA, of course. Okay, another virus play, guys. These are starting to crawl out of here. OCGN, another virus play. Of course, had a big run at the beginning, pulled back. Now making a high here. So I think this CCIV, I believe it starts trading. I think I mentioned this in the pre-market. It starts trading as Lucid LCID on the 23rd. So this was that Thursday? Friday. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking, I'm just following internal discussion right now. See if I can help out on. Okay, AEHR, guys. Taking a while here, but look at the pop now for AEHR. Wow. Coming in from 54 up through 522. Of course, and look at the volume that just came in on the 5-minute chart and the 50 and the 2. Look at the volume. AEHR. And this is not shortable for me, so I won't be able to pound this down if it needs it. The reason, of course, we always talk about stuff like this is because you just can't think that something can sustain a move like this forever. Now, calling the top is always a challenge, but I mean, look at it. Look at this now, but look at the volume, 3 million. That's the biggest, probably. This could be the biggest 5-minute volume bar for the day. Oh, I know. I saw that HT. I mean, I know you're kidding, but I mean, that thing could have just kept drifting down all the way down to 3 as easy as it has popped up here. We just don't do that. But I know you're kidding. So that $10.8 million order, that is the news that it had this morning before the market opened. So this is sort of a delayed reaction now. Here we go. Just for Becca. Well, even the market's trying to put in a bit of a, well, I can't call that a bounce. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:23. So I think what I'll do one last time, just go over a little bit on my this information you'll find on my homepage. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription, so here's my link. Here's the link in the tab also, of course. Tabs there all day long. Click on my link. This is what you'll see. Here's how you can take out a subscription. Right here, here's the promo code you can use for 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Trade of the week. There was no trade this week or trade of the week this week. Recommendation was to stay in cash. Stock of the day, I've already done it. I do it around noon every day. You can sign up for these. These are free. My scans right here. Here's my layout that I'm sharing. Individual scans that I'm sharing. And the education link. You know, the 20 lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I really, really recommend you take a look at this before you start. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can click on the link so you can get an idea about some of the things we have to offer. And of course, the daily support in YouTube, our YouTube room between 12 and 1 with another trader who takes over. And the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. A little more information about the AI. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so it's a little created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. 36-part short vids, but it's a great introduction to trading and trading ebooks. So As I say, I gloss over that pretty quickly. The reason I do that, all you have to do is save my link, and then you can look at all this whenever you want. BTX, it's not showing up in mine, so let's see, why not? Okay, so the option volume is good. The relative volume is a little light, that's why. Maybe keep an eye on the NRXP for a 1460 break. Just kind of see what it's been doing. NXRP, anything could happen in the last hour and a half. And RXP, what's wrong with me? Now, why I say 1460? Take a look at the 15-minute chart. Yeah, right up here. So you can kind of see even, maybe even a little higher. But right up here, a couple of highs at the 1460 mark. Takes this out. I mean, look, it could go anywhere. I mean, with that float, virus play. Well, look at CYTK. It is ripping now. There's a nice move right there. Look at this. Look at the 2 minute. Look at the 5. Put $1.50 move right there. Just give me a moment, please. Well, you know, I haven't brought this one up at all today, but you know, look at, I mean, Jimmy's having a heck of a day. mean, it's only up 2.5%. Don't get me wrong, it's not screaming high or anything like that. But on a day the market is down so much, and AMC at the beginning anyway was really getting thumped. I bet you it is recovering too. Yeah. Actually, it's still down for the day. Man, keep an eye. I mean, this one has got all sorts of room underneath. FYBR. Look at the room underneath it's got on the weekly chart. It's got about $4 underneath right here. Remember, this is the first day of that weekly candle. So this, I don't know. I mean, tomorrow this could just keep moving lower and lower and lower. What's going to prop it up? I'm talking about FYBR. It's a big float, $250 million in the float. They don't all have to be low floats. And we have a halt. XTLB just got halted. XTLB just got halted. Now, there's hardly any volume. It's sneaking in. I have a minimum of 20,000. So it is sneaking in. So this is what I'm talking about, all right? So it got halted at 402. Now, with that volume, I mean, I don't know where it's going, but you see what it's stacking up? I mean, it's not really doing anything. 402 is the halt, 399. Now, this can change, of course. Let's see what they do. See if it's a virus play. It doesn't look like this is a virus play. Okay, give me a moment, please, all right? Well, guys, take a look. Keep an eye on that CYTK. It looks like it wants to ramp up into the close. CYTK. I mean, it has a very aggressive price target, $48 by was it Needham? But they did have some news today, so I mean, it's somewhat legitimate. It didn't do anything. XTLB just resumed. So it really didn't do much. It's going down now, but I mean, it didn't really do much. There's no volume. I mean, there's 33,000 shares. There's just no volume. I was wondering why I didn't see this one. Again, the relative volume is too low for the MOXC. That's why I didn't see it. What a month. What a few months it's had, though. Wow. All right, let's take a look at MTSL. Oh, look at the market. Wow. It looked like it was trying to recover just a little bit. Last 30 minutes. Well, since the last 30 minutes, the previous 15 before this one, or 30 minutes, looked like it was going to maybe recover some. This is wiping all these gains out right now. This meaning this 15-minute candle right here. Did not turn into my favorite day, only because you get a lot of that. I don't care that the market's down in that regard. It's just that you get so many great bounce plays if the market puts in a couple of hours of modest recovery. Diebold, DBD. Let's see, what are you doing? Wow, another big gap down here. What's going on here? No, that's the reason. Somehow this was unchecked. That's the reason. Didn't make too much sense to me why I had nothing on my watch list down. Not too many would have showed up anyway. I'm just looking, probably C-pop would have showed up. Yeah, well, that's why we stick with an alert, and if it doesn't happen, you can't get too hurt. Yeah, the NRXP, got my alert set up there, and it just got, you're right, it just got slammed down. NRXP. Right here, there's my alert, didn't trigger, so no harm. Yeah, price alerts are saviors. You know, they basically, for me anyway. I mean, they basically mean, look, if I don't get the alert, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. If I get the alert, doesn't mean I just hop into the trade, but you know, obviously, if I get a price alert, it means I mean, it makes sense. I've put it there for a certain reason, but it doesn't absolutely mean that I take the trade. But it certainly will not take the trade unless I get the alert. Oh, Bruce, how can you ask a question like that? What sort of answer do you think you're going to get? And, you know, in an anonymous room, seriously. Well, I mean, okay, 10 people could say, I do, I do, I do. What does that mean? 100 people could say, I do, I do. Well, but again, Bruce, if you're in an anonymous room, even if they said, so what are you going to do? You're going to say, okay, would you please train me? And now they're going to have to show you, you know, they're going to have to show proof, and nobody's going to do that. It's a lot of hard work. Absolutely. This is not easy. It's a lot of, and you know, for me anyway, like a day like today is I don't want to say brutal, but I mean, look, I know there are things that have moved. Of course, there are things that have moved, but on a day like, and it's not because the market's down. You know, I don't care what direction it is. It's just that I haven't, you know, for the stuff that I look at anyway, you know, for the save, just for maybe a couple, I really haven't seen too much. Tomorrow could be a completely different day. I mean, this NRXP, I made money on this, but It wasn't easy. I would never say that this was an easy one to make money on, the NXRP. And just like the other one, the CYTK. I think it changed. It's got a new symbol, GXGX, new symbol now. It's one of those blank check ones, or a SPAC, right? So I think it's called, starts with a C. Because they merged with a company called Cellularity. If I can see the symbol, I'll tell you. Somebody knows. They posted it in the room. CELU. So that's what it's trading under now. CELU, okay? Can we short CRTV and IV? Let's take a look. The answer is I've got to type CRTD. Not yet. No, not immediately. Well, if it happens, Demetrius, it won't be with me because I'm on my bike in about 10 minutes. I'm out of here. The MTSL, I mean, the MTSL is one that could keep moving higher. I mean, obviously it's got the room. Last week's high was 893 or 9 in the 9 area, so it's got some room. You know, watch it tomorrow. See, I mean, it's taken all this out now. So, and it's big volume. I mean, 2 million in the float. So do some quick math, 15 times the float it's traded. All right, guys. Well, as I say, I'll be shutting the room down really soon. Certainly no later than 3. But if there are questions, I always say later. But I don't think. Well, listen. If you have any questions, ask now. Well, we have an alpha predator channel. I mean, that can, you can start. I think we still have it here. I don't know. We turfed a lot of channels. I know that. You can start there. We still have the alpha predator channel. Now, I mean, does that mean they're going to be absolutely, well? First of all, these are stocks that more than likely are going to be up for the day. So I mean, by definition, with the market down 900, 200's tech, 92 SPY, anything that is up for the day. I mean, this is a, obviously an alpha stock. Doesn't care what the market's doing. So that alpha predator channel will probably show you stocks like this. Any stock that is up for the day, though, that is going because of what the market's doing, in my opinion, doesn't care what the market's doing. So, what I really would think would be an alpha stock is the non-virus plays. If you can find, I'm not saying I mean I don't know one off the top of my head, but a non-virus play that is, I mean, I don't think this is a virus play. AEHR as an example. So, I mean, this is really an alpha stock. It's not a virus play because some of the virus plays are up. Makes sense. But this is really a definition of an alpha stock today. Not really, Rebecca. If it is, it's going to be really, really short. But go to the alpha channel. No, go to the alpha predator channel and just see what you see. The other thing is, I mean, it could be alpha in the morning and not, and then, in the afternoon it becomes alpha again. Doesn't mean necessarily that a stock that is alpha in the morning just continues higher and higher and higher all day long. That's right. It's an EV play. So, the EV market is not anything special today, that's for sure. So, or you can just even use our relative volume filter. I mean, use our relative volume filter and stocks that are up for the day, say 2% as an example. So high relative volume, up 2%, doesn't mean they're going to be continuing to move higher. But, for a stock to be up 2% today or 3% or 4 or whatever, I mean, this is up 27. If you want to make it more aggressive, create a topless window or something with stocks up 10% with high relative volume. Put 4 or 5 as a relative volume. Those stocks certainly, would be standing out today. But again, it doesn't absolutely mean they're just going to keep ripping higher. For instance, I mean, this stock could drop now down to 9 or something, and it could still be up 10% for the day, but on the way down. So I wish there were a magic formula that just said, yeah, here are stocks that are just going to keep going higher every single, within reason, all of the entire day. I mean, APT has done a good job. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. Ever since that pullback right there, it has been, with some hugging that ADMA, as Real would say. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up. I don't see any questions. Are there any questions? First of all, if there are any other questions, I'll certainly stick around. If I don't see any questions, though, I think I'll wrap this up. Hopefully tomorrow, for me anyway, will be a little more exciting. Okay, get my script together. All right, everybody, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Let's say, hopefully tomorrow, for me anyway, will be a little more exciting. And open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, so hope to see you then. Bye-bye.